Okay, welcome to this keynote speech. I'm just going to start a little bit slow just to kind of get acquainted with my settings. First of all, I'd like to thank one of the organizers for inviting me to give this keynote. and the rest of the committee as well. So to start this talk, I'd like to thank the General Chair, Guanglu Sun, from Harbin University of Science and Technology, and then the program chairs, most notably Shuai Liu, who's a good friend of mine who asked me to give this keynote from Hunan Normal University, and then acknowledge the rest of the committee for all of their hard work. So you can see their names here. I'm hoping not to butcher any of their names, so I'm not going to try to pronounce them all. But welcome to the conference organized by EAI on e-learning and e-education online training. And so if you're listening to this talk, you're here for this conference. Originally, that was supposed to be held in person in China because of COVID. The conference that was supposed to be held in a couple of days, June 20th to 21st, can't be held. And this is the 6th International Conference on e-learning and education. And so if you're listening to this keynote, then you know that due to COVID and this new COVID world that we live in, e-learning and e-education are going to be, a major thing, major research topic going forward, and then areas or basically research in ways to deliver material both online and be able to grade and calculate students' performance online is going to be challenging. And so this conference is timely. And if you're attending this conference, you basically are ahead of the curve, because I have colleagues that have almost no idea how to do anything online as far as e-learning. And so if you're attending this and you have papers in this conference, you're ahead of the curve. I apologize for my headphone around my neck here. I feel I get better mic from it, so that's what I'm using. And so today's keynote, what I'm going to be focusing on is basically being able to, so now that you're in this online setting, and you're probably going to be in this online setting due to COVID for, at least the next semester, 2 semesters, maybe longer, at least the next year, you're probably going to have to deliver your content online, or part of your content online. And so the keynote that I'd like to present today is on what are the best practices for designing feedback, okay, for large classes. And so if you're a professor like me, you really enjoy teaching to small classes, 10 students, 20 students, but we don't always have that luxury. And so when we're preparing online e-learning for large classes, how do we design the feedback process? Now, what do I mean by feedback process? What I mean is, how do we engage with our students in a manner that they are still learning through this online e-learning platforms, and we are properly giving criteria for grading? And so what I'm suggesting through this keynote is basically this: e-learning platforms need to be a two-way street. Not only are students getting feedback from us, but we also need to be getting feedback from students along the way. And so just like in the in-person setting where students would come to you, ask questions, you would give feedback, and you would go back and forth, either in person or via email, we need to continue this feedback processes, especially for large classes. Now, why is it more crucial for large classes? It's more crucial for large classes because students in large classes start feeling like just a student number. They're just another number in your class. With small classes, it's a lot easier. We have 6 students, 10 students. They feel comfortable to ask questions in person. They feel comfortable with you to come to your office hours because they feel they know you. And so when we're doing large classes, either online or in person, our feedback processes need to fit the number of students that we have. And so this keynote here today is going to focus on these feedback processes and how we design them for large classes. Okay, so here's a brief overview of my talk today. The first thing that we're going to talk about is basically what are feedback concepts? What do I mean when I say that? And what are the challenges that we need to overcome in the e-learning setting? Number two is, how do we design these feedback processes for large classes? What are some ideas that we can use for that? And then number three, the third thing that I want to talk about today is, what are the implications of this practice? What are we going to expect as far as outcomes for these feedback processes that we are going to administer? Okay, so first what I want to do is I want to define and conceptualize feedback processes. So what do I mean when I say feedback processes? So the main goal as professors, I think, is we want to see student growth. Now, I don't mean physical growth where students are getting bigger, but I mean academic growth. How can we make our student grow? And so sorry, just 1 second. I just want to move this here. So what we have to understand is that basically not all students end up starting at the same level. Some students will start here. Some students will start here. Some students will start here as far as their current potential as a student for the course that they're in. And how do we know that? Well, what we know is that students, when they enter your class, will have different levels of previous experience. Some students will come in from industry and have that experience, which helps them in the class. Some students will have nothing. Okay, they'll be somewhere down here at the bottom. And some students will be somewhere in the middle where they have some experience or some previous knowledge, but not the same. And obviously memory plays into this. The more the students remember from before, the better. What we want to see is that even though these students are coming in at different levels, okay, they're all going to experience some level of growth. Now, what research has taught us is that the students that come in with less, provided they're in a good atmosphere, will probably learn the most. But we still want to make sure that independent of what type of student we have in our class, they're all looking to grow. So as far as what we want to basically achieve through feedback processes is we want all our students to grow at some level. And that level will not be the same, but we want to make sure that they grow. Sorry. So the key aim of the feedback processes is basically to enhance student ability to self-monitor their work in progress. So we're teaching through these feedback processes to our students. We're teaching them how to self-monitor their progress. A good example here is looking at the differences between a PhD student's ability to write a research paper and, say, a bachelor student's ability to write a research paper or a master's student's ability to write a research paper. We know that the PhD student from previous experience is able to self-monitor their progress in the work and has enough previous experience to understand that where they can improve a research paper, okay? In a similar fashion in our classes, we want to basically improve the student's ability to self-monitor, be able to look at their work and be able to self-judge their work and be able to say, okay, this work is not up to par, I need to work harder on it, or yes, this work is good, I can now show it to my professor or my supervisor. Okay, so that would be a key aim of feedback processes, to, through these feedback processes over time, allow the students to self-monitor themselves. Sustainable feedback, okay? And this is from a major researcher in e-learning, David Carless, who I'd like to thank for their work on a lot of these topics to help make these slides possible. And so sustainable feedback basically is defining enhancing students' role to seek, generate, and use feedback. So not only do we want our students to be able to look for feedback, that's part of the feedback process. We want to teach them to be able to generate their own feedback and basically use feedback from others. How many students have we taught? Okay, the people that are listening to this talk, me included, how many students have we taught that aren't able to take in the feedback? They don't take criticism well. They aren't able to look at their work and be able to critique it and say that, no, this is not right. And so we want to be able to enhance our students' ability to be able to take in the feedback, be able to use it. Okay, we've all had students that we supervise that can't be criticized. And so we want to be able to improve that, not only for ourselves, but for our students as well. Feedback needs to be taken for students as information, okay? And so we're not giving our students feedback, or we shouldn't be able to be giving our students feedback to make them look bad. Students' feedback should be about the performance or the understanding of what they're doing, okay? So always pose feedback to your students in the form of additional information. One thing that we'll look at later is basically the way that we actually give our students feedback. We want to be critical, but we don't want to be overbearing at the same time. Okay, and here, limits of feedback as telling. And so here's a nice quote here. Learners do not always learn much purely from being told, even when they are told repeatedly in the kindest way possible. We don't always want to tell our students what to do. We want to show them examples of better work so that they can learn from that and say, okay, yeah, there's problems with what I've presented. Now, we need to be able to deal with student frustrations. Information often comes at the end of teaching sequences and it is too late for students to act. So if we've given a student a project to do in class, we may want to set up milestones, okay? And I'm going to put that word up here because I think it's very important. We want to set up milestones. And so why milestones are important is that we don't want students to wait till the end where they're totally in the wrong direction. Okay, I'll give you a good example of this that happened to me recently. I have an undergraduate student who is applying for a grant, and I asked him to write his 2-page research proposal. And so he wrote it, and then he gave it to me. And I made a mistake this time because I waited till the end till he was finished. And what he gave me was a research proposal completely out of scope of what the grant was for. And so he had to rewrite the whole thing. But instead, if I had basically asked him to create a summary, a short summary, maybe half a page, and I read it, and then I gave him feedback on that, he wouldn't have had to redo all of it. And that was a mistake on my part. And so we want to be able to make sure that we set milestones for our students, even in classes. And so at the different milestones, we can give them critique of their work and be able to better work towards a better final product. Feedback is action. So learners using comments for improvement to close feedback loops. This is a common e-learning technique and a learning technique in general is these feedback loops where we give feedback, students returns, we give more feedback, students return. And so this sort of action is very important even in the online e-learning setting. Social constructivism, and what basically this means is action should be based on basically feedback developed through learner agency, interaction, and co-construction. So we want to make sure that we have, when we're dealing with students from different social backgrounds, we want to make sure that we are appeasing all these different social backgrounds properly as well. If you're in so in Canada, we're more of a melting pot culture. We have students from different walks of life, different countries. If you're from a country that's more homogeneous, meaning that the people are in general from the same walk of life, this may not be as applicable to you. Okay, so here, let's look at information versus action. And so what we see here is that the old paradigm is that we take feedback as information, we focus on delivery, students receive comments, and basically that's how we do things. The new paradigm is saying that feedback should be sense-making. We focus on student uptake, students generate the comments themselves, and we use this social constructivist approach where students work off their own backgrounds to make that happen. So this is kind of what we're moving towards as far as e-learning, where we rely more on the students, okay, to create their own feedback once they're properly trained. Okay, so I'd like to point out one book here that may be of use here. Basically, the book by Naomi Winstone and David Carless, titled "Designing Effective Feedback Processes in Higher Education." This is a nice book. If you can get your hands on it, please do. It can really help guiding this e-learning focused approach and learning focused approach in general for you as an educator. Okay, so let's look at our first example here. So here, remember, we're designing feedback processes for large classes. So here we're looking at a course, Psychology of Health Behavior, being taught at Deakin University. If you don't know Deakin University, Deakin is in Australia. 1,300 students in this class. Now, this is one of the benefits of e-learning in general, is that our uptake can be much higher as far as students go. There's no physical limitations for classroom sizes. So we can have, I mean, this is quite large, 1,300 students, but we can have limitless number of students in these classes. And so when we're building these feedback processes, we need to be wary of methodology to use that can be applied to large classes quite easily. Okay, so let's look at this example. So assessment design. So remember, we have 13,000 students. There's no way I can sit and mark 1,300 exams. It's not possible. With the amount of money we're getting paid, we can't sit around and mark 1,300 exams. We can't ask our markers to mark 1,300 exams either. And so we need to look at different assessment techniques for our students. So here, number one, 10% online quizzes, okay? And so online quizzes can be delivered through online platforms like Moodle, okay, Blackboard, whatever you're using at your university. They can even be marked online. We don't really need to do any marking for that. And so the other two major parts, number one is 3 linked journal entries. So this is where the student writes in a journal, and based on these 3 journal entries worth 15% each, we give 15% marks. So we'll talk about these a little bit later. And then a final exam. And so the final exam here is linked directly to knowledge learned in these journal entries, okay? And so we need to link these two together so that these you can think of these as small learning steps, okay, these journal entries, and then this becomes the large connected step, okay, where we're taking the small learning steps here and we're applying them over here, okay? So what are these journal entries all about? So 3 journal entries we asked for, 15% each, where students produce 2-minute videos and reflect on their health behavior changes, okay? Why are we using videos here? We're using videos here to ease our burden as instructors. We can watch these 2-minute videos, okay? You do the math. Even if we have 1,300 students, okay, 1,300 students, 2-minute videos, okay? We're still going to be able to get all this done if we watch all these videos. We're still going to be able to get this done only using 40 hours of time. If that's still too much, we can cut it down to 1 minute quick videos and allow that to take the place of it, where we're only going to take 20 hours to do that. Okay. Now these videos, we may want to watch the whole thing. We may not. We may just want to be able to look at the 800-word reflection that they wrote and be able to do it that way as well. I mean, obviously for a 1,300 student class, you're going to need some support markers that'll be able to handle these journal entries for you as far as marking. But creating the video with the words as far as assessment give us a nice combination where the students not only are able to work on their presentation skills and be able to formulate concise 2-minute videos, but also work on their writing skills at the same time. And so the video explanation of the rubric plus online exemplar is a good, basically, combination way of doing things, okay? I would highly recommend in the e-learning setting to allow students to create these small videos as part of assignments and to be able to be judged based on these videos plus writing that goes along with it. Now, 3 types of feedback we can give. We can use grades aligned with the rubric. So basically grades aligned with the quality of the presentation and what they wrote. We can also do written explanations to the students as well. Or we can basically create audio files, depending on how many staff we have, that respond to the students' journal entries. Okay, so we can use any combination of these based on how many staff we have, or basically how many student assistants we have. Now, I would doubt any of the people listening to this talk would have 1,300 students in one class. But if I had 1,300 students and I had, say, 5 teaching assistants working on these things, it's only about 5 hours per teaching assistant to look at these videos, each one of these videos for the whole class. So it's not a lot of time. Now, what's very important is that after the journal entries, the students receive timely, and I can't specify this enough, timely feedback within the next 7 days, okay, before the next entry is due. There's no point in collecting 3 entries from each student if they haven't received feedback for each one before the next one is due, so that they can change their ways. So if these are the 3 entries in the journal, okay, I want to ideally give feedback here and here, okay? Basically halfway in between when they're due. And so what that's gonna do is give them enough time to change their ways for the next journal entry, okay? And so if we do that properly, the students will be given feedback ahead of time, audio feedback, which you can basically upload to the platform. And it does 3 things. You're creating a connection with the student, okay? Enables rapport. You're creating a time sequence for the students to follow as well, which is very important. And number 2, with the audio, we can speak, as you can see, we can speak faster than we can type. And so we can get these audio recordings done a lot quicker than we do be able to type it. We can get an audio recording, a 5-minute audio recording will take you 5 minutes. To type that stuff will take a lot longer. Okay. Here's a good paper on this subject as well. And that is basically implementing summative assessment with a formative flavor, a case study in a large class. So I would focus on this paper because this example that I've kind of gone over comes from this paper. So you should take a look at that. Okay. Next one we want to talk about is basically analysis. So when we're looking at analysis, we want to make sure that we have a well-designed task sequence like I talked about. So we have the 3 journal entries, when we're giving feedback, when we're expecting the next one. And basically, the use of audio feedback is very important for large classes because we can get it done a lot quicker. And we're mainly using in this sort of context with the large classes teacher telling, and then the students are coming back with the next assignment. So that's very important as well. But these two are better, okay? We want to get into this relationship with the students where they're presenting something and we're giving back. We don't want to be always telling the students what to do, okay? And so this is not a good style. Okay, so like I said, audio feedback, we can do a lot quicker than we can write it. And it's better for the students to hear from you because in a in-person setting, they're more likely to be able to hear from you anyways. And so audio feedback for this sort of thing is preferred, okay? When we're giving audio feedback or providing feedback, we need to be more cognitively engaging than receiving feedback. And what that means is we need to be mindful of our words when we're talking to students. Okay, second example. Second example we're going to use is on a 300 student class from here at Brandon University in the science faculty. So how I did, this is my own personal experience. Basically what we did here was, since we have 300 students, a little bit smaller, but still big, I did online group projects worth 40%, okay? And so a group project, an all-term group project with milestones along the way. And so basically, if this is the beginning of term, if this is the end of term, the whole thing is the group project, okay? But there's milestones along the way, a bunch of milestones that the groups have to meet. Why groups? 300 students, 4 people a group. All of a sudden, my class size has diminished, 300 divided by 4, right? I can get down to a lot smaller number of groups. And so that's very important as well. I give them a mid-semester test worth 20% and a final exam worth 40%, made in a style for easy online marking. Okay, I can either use short answer or basically multiple choice or something that is a lot easier to mark for these large class sizes. Okay, and so this is what I'm talking about here. The staged group project, basically a large group project broken up into chunks. In those chunks are some peer tutoring, where basically we have some teaching assistants that are able to tutor the students if they need it. We have a help desk going all the time, and we can set up along the way for the group project Moodle quizzes and some sort of a forum. So this is a very important thing with online teaching or e-learning, is setting up these forums where students can post questions, and then either teaching assistants or yourself as an instructor or another instructor can answer those questions, and other students can answer those questions as well. And so the forums are nice ways for students to be able to interact with each other, interact with you, and be able to get feedback in a less pressure situation than asking the instructor face-to-face, okay? So here's how I broke up the 40%. I have them do, and as a first step, so remember, if this is the entire group project, first step, okay, maybe 2-3 weeks in, outline. Give me an outline. Let me look at the outline and make sure you're on the right track, okay? And then next, we can have an online presentation, maybe somewhere here. Okay, outline really early, oral presentation here, final report here, okay? Now, here, we can have peer tutoring. They can ask questions in the forum, and we can also have Moodle quizzes, all going on before their final oral presentation. So they have lots of options for feedback between their outline and their oral presentation. Final project, after their oral presentation, we get a good idea of what their project is about. We can give them more feedback here. Okay, more feedback. More feedback here basically means that they can use that feedback in between their oral presentation and their final report to tinker and make their final report the best that it can be. And so the grades are split up that way too. 5%, 17.5%, 17.5%. That way, there's not all the weight on the final report. There's a little bit of weight along the way. We can even break this up further. Okay, we could do something like this where we say, okay, this is going to be worth 10%. And then we give some percentage here to the Moodle quizzes, peer tutoring, and forum. Okay, we give this 7.5%. And that way we can make sure that our students are staying engaged as they go through. Stage design like this promotes feedback uptake because we're at different stages of the project. We're giving them things to take in and learn from. And so this is a really good way to do your online classes. Okay, peer tutors. So, I mean, if you have a large class like that, you should be able to have some teaching assistants. For a class of 300, we had 6 peer tutors, 6 to 10, and basically they can lead tutorials along the way and support the project. And so, like I said, you could give them marks for attending these tutorials and supporting the project. So you can take some marks away from the final project and give here. This creates approachability and credibility for both the peer students. The students feel better and they have more confidence, and it looks better on you as a professor to do these sorts of things. And so we also had a help desk. And so basically the help desk was run in the library and the staff mostly by peer tutors. Our consulting hours were longer, but you can set your consulting hours depending on how many hours you want. This was allowing students in the projects to come and ask questions on the fly. And so we did Wednesdays for 6 hours. You can do less time or more time depending on what you have. And so the best thing about this is you don't have to staff it. The tutors can staff it, or the teaching assistants. And so they get their hours through this, and you can be free to do other things, maybe some research. Okay, and then like I said, we here in Canada, we use Moodle quizzes. Okay, you may be able to do other things as well. The forum that I talked about is a student-generated forum. Okay, so the students are generating the content. You can monitor it. Okay, so I can say here, I can add here that Prof monitors the feedback to make sure that it's on topic. And so you can delete or comment on things that you want to, but the students are talking to each other about their projects and they're getting feedback from one another as they go. And so this runs the whole term as well. Okay, analysis. So here, the good points of what this sort of analysis or this sort of feedback process for large class does. It is rich in peer support. We have teaching assistants. They're learning from each other through the forum. They have access to different feedback from you as a professor. So there's lots of peer support going on for this. It's a pragmatic approach, okay? If you don't know what pragmatic is, you probably want to look it up. But basically, it's creating good feedback uptake for students, okay, as we're going through this. And so it's creating an atmosphere that's really good for our students to be able to get the feedback that they want, okay? Pragmatic approach here basically means that when we're talking about a pragmatic approach, what we're basically saying is that we're being realistic with our students as far as the their production of material for the project. Okay, and so things are based on practicality rather than some sort of theoretical idea that we've given them and when we've just assigned them a group project and said, give it to me at the end of term. We're being more pragmatic here means basically we're being more realistic with our expectations of our students, and we're being more sensible, giving them feedback along the way. We're getting away from test-dominated courses, and I really encourage you in the online setting to try to stay away from a test on dominated feedback for your students. Get into more innovative things with your students, and they will appreciate it as well. Okay. So lastly, I want to talk about implications really quickly. So implications for large class feedback strategies, basically rich assessment tasks. So we talked about the group project and other assessment tasks that we can give. Online quizzes are a great way to do things as well. And so, and peer tutoring and use of exemplars that we talked about earlier is also really good feedback strategies for students in large classes. Okay. We want to get away from what's called teacher telling. And what teacher telling is basically saying is that us as teachers always spewing things to the students. We want to get away from that. Large classes do not necessarily create a barrier. We just have to change the way that we do things for the e-learning type thing. Here's a key thing: activate the student role. What I mean by that is get your students involved through forums, through peer processes to basically be able to give feedback to one another. Okay, key recommendations for me: design your courses for student uptake in the e-learning phase, okay? Minimize teacher telling. Don't always force yourself to be the lead. Force students to get involved as well. Involve student activities and involve students actively. Get involved in active learning. And develop feedback literacy. Make sure your students understand what the feedback is going to look like and when it's going to happen. Okay, so questions and comments. Obviously, this being a recorded lecture, you won't be able to ask. I'll give you my email address here at the bottom. Okay, please reach out to me if you have any questions. I'll give you my name again. Okay, Gautam Srivastava, that's my email. Please reach out if you have any questions about these things that I talked about. And again, what I wanted to focus on was, get back to here. Okay, here are some references that you can look at. You may want to pause it to look at it because I'm getting close to getting out of time. But I really want to appreciate and thank the organizers of this EAI-based conference, e-learning, e-education online training. I'd like to thank both the organizing chair here, Imric Schlamtak, I think is how you pronounce that, and all the members of the organizing committee listed here. And I really want to thank you for listening to my talk. And again, if you have any questions, please reach out to me. Okay, I'd love to hear from you. Okay, so enjoy the conference, enjoy the rest of the talks. Thank you for listening to my talk, and greetings from Canada. And I wish you a warm 2-day conference of listening to talks. And yeah, good luck with e-learning. And it's don't take it as a negative, take it as a learning experience for yourself and to better yourself as a professor. And I mean, it is the future. E-learning is the way to go. And so the way that we're going, this is kind of something that we have to learn how to do better. So thank you. I will end the presentation now, and I wish you the best of luck.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The title of this presentation is Transfer Learning and Chest CT for COVID-19 Detection. And this keynote presentation is for e-learning and e-education online training. And my name is Zhang, and I'm from University of Leicester, the United Kingdom. Before presentation, I just briefly introduce our laboratory. For myself, I'm the fellow of the IET, and I'm also included in the highly cited research 2019, and the list was released by the Web of Science. In our laboratory, we have in total 9 PhD students, and I served as the first supervisor for all those 9 PhD students. We have in total 22 visiting scholars that are currently working and in collaboration with our students and staffs in our laboratory. And my research interest is artificial intelligence in medical image analysis. And in this slide, you can show the university page of myself, and welcome you to come as a visiting student or visiting staff, or you can come to study as a PhD student in our laboratory. This slide shows the outline of our presentation, and in total we have 5 parts. The part 1, I will give you an introduction of the clinical presentation of the COVID-19, and at the part 2, I give the 2 common diagnosis method for detecting COVID-19. And part 3, I will briefly introduce a small private dataset of the COVID-19, and which is collected from the local hospitals of our China collaborators. And within the part 4, I will introduce several typical transfer learning pre-trained models. And finally, in the part 5, I will give the comparison results of all the 7 transfer learning pre-trained models, and I will give some a potential improvement. Within this slide, this shows the clinical presentation. Here the presentation just means some symptoms, and on the picture of the right side of this slide, it shows the incubation period. And from what it shows, we can see that most of the people, and they have an incubation of the COVID-19 within 14 days, i.e. about 2 weeks. And later on, I will show you the signs of and the symptoms of the COVID-19. This slide just gives a more explanation on how the incubation curves looks like. And the horizontal axis shows the days since infection. There's an infection you are exposed to the COVID-19 infected person. So that means here it means exposure. And the vertical axis shows the propagation of the symptoms cases. It means the probability of that you may be have some symptoms onset. And what we can see here is the incubation period will now extend to 14 days, as we have discussed already. And that means almost all the people will have their symptoms onset and take place within the 2 weeks. And the median time, here it shows the median time is about 4 to 5 days, where we can see the median times it may be located at this position. And there's another important numerous we can see here is about 97.5% percentage of the persons with COVID-19 will develop their symptoms within 11.5 days. So I will use a lot of the blue pen to show that within the 11 days, there will almost be in total 97.5%. This slide shows the presentation, which is medical terminology means the sign and the symptoms. And here we listed the most prevalent, in total 7 bullets here. The first is the fevers, and it shows about 83 to almost 99%. That means almost everyone will have a fever. And the second symptoms is you will cough, and the third prevalent symptoms is you will feel tired, fatigue. It's about 44 to 70% of the infected person will feel tired, and then you may feel a loss of appetite, and you will out of breath quite easily, and you may even have the sputum production. That means you will spit the saliva and the mucus from the lungs or from respiratory tract quite often. And you may also feel here it shows the muscle aches and also the pains, the muscle pains. And except all those three symptoms, you will feel some other kind of signs and symptoms. But this slide shows the most common symptoms. And by the way, this is happened in the UK. So these are statistics from the UK. So within your country, the statistics may differ from the results in UK. Now we have come to the part 2 of this presentation, diagnosis. And in practice, there are about like 2 ways of like feasible diagnosis, and all those methods are tractable. The first is called the RT-PCR, and the second is called the chest CT. And we can see here, for the RT-PCR, you need to use a swab to get some samples from your nose or from some like your mouth. And for the chest CT, this is in the opposite. You may need to like go to like a CT room, yeah, and then to scan your chest, and then the radiologist they will check how the lungs looks like and make a diagnosis whether you are infected or you are a healthy subject. In this slide, we shows the RT-PCR, and this is like a real-time reverse transcription PCR method. And how do you get the samples? And there are in total like 3 ways. And on the top right of this slide, it shows you need to how can you get a nasal swab. So for the nasal swab, you will get a swab that will insert through the nostril and into the nasal passage. And there's another way called the nasopharynx. Yeah, and if you insert the swab all the way till the end, and you will get a nasopharyngeal swab, and which is linked to the first bullet here. I try to get my point here. And there are also like a third way you can get a sample is like the sputum samples, and all those samples can be sent to a laboratory, and the consultants and the doctors there, they will do some scientific analysis on the samples, and they will make decisions. Like I think here the fastest way is about like from tens of minutes till about 1 or 2 hours. Within this slide, we choose what are called the chest CT. The chest CT scans, as it shows here, is most appropriate for the high clinical suspicion of the infected COVID-19 patients, but it's not recommended for the routine screening. And I think there are like 2 reasons. The first is the throughput. Yeah, the throughput of like carry out a chest CT scanning is quite time consuming. And meanwhile, if you use the swab, and that is quite quick, and you can divide it into like 2 stages. At the first stage, you ask some assistant to collect the swab samples, and then you can send all the samples to the laboratory in the batch ways. And the second for the chest CT disadvantage is that it's not an early diagnosis tool, because you can think in this way: the virus will like you touch some like infected person, and the virus go to your hand, and then go to your mouth, or your eye, or the nostrils, and the virus will again like go deeper to the up respiratory tract, or then to the lower respiratory passage, and finally the virus will go to the lung. And maybe like later the virus will spread to the every part of your body, but we cannot say the chest CT is an early diagnosis tool in this situation. And in this slide, we show the medical presentation of the COVID-19 lung looks like. And the most important feature is what we call a bilateral multilobe, the ground glass opacities. And this is abbreviated like the GGO. And these GGO are quite common here. So can you find where the GGO locates in this slide? I just give you like 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Bingo! Congratulations, someone have found it. So here I just shows you. Here you can see here. This is looks like what we call the GGO, the ground glass opacities. And what we find, there are some bilateral and multilobe GGOs that are distributed in the peripheral, like, or sometimes are asymmetric and posterior distributions along the lungs of the patients. And we can see here there are a lot of GGOs located in this slide. And for the former slide, this is just a showcase of what the lung looks like. But as the disease progresses, and there are some things very tricky, very challenges happens. Here we call it a craving paving. We can see here, how do we define this craving paving? It means the lobular septal will thicken, and together with some variable alveolar filling. So what does the alveolar means? The alveolar means the small air bags in the lungs. And what we can see here, the craving paving, and you can see this circle. Yeah, the area like circled here. You can find here like the GGOs, they are stacked together, so you can think they are paving with each other. And finally, those things, those bad things will occupy like a partial or even the whole of your lungs, and then the patient will suffers from a very challenging moment in this situation, and he needs some urgent treatment. And sometimes like this craving paving are also called consolidation or some other medical words. This slide shows like 4 pictures, and we can label them A, B, C, and D. So this is I think is a person, and on the top the first time he visited the hospital, we do a scanning for this patient. And the bottom C and D, and these are about 4 days later when he revisited the hospital. We can do a second scanning, and you can see how the disease progresses, how the craving paving or what we call the consolidation takes place within his lungs. Now this slide gives a more explanation on the previous slide. And for the picture A and B, we can see here on the day of the admission of this patient, we do some CT scans. The CT scans shows the patchy GGO in the right lower lung, and the lesions were confined to the right lower lungs. And the subplot C and D shows another CT examination about 4 days after the first admission. It shows some partial consolidation of the lesions with a few fiber stripes. So this slide shows our collaboration with the local hospitals from our Chinese collaborators, and it shows that we collected in total 66 patients that are already diagnosed with COVID-19, and in total there are 39 males and 27 females, and all the patients are aged from 24 years old to 91 years old, with an average age of here it shows 48 years old, with a standard deviation about 15.32. And in contrast, we also collected in total 66 healthy controls. We have about 38 males and 28 females, and they are aged from 25 to 72 years old, and the average age is about 38. The standard deviation is 10.58. So this slide just to give a quick preview, and on the left is a COVID-19 patient, and it shows his lung is already being occupied and fulfilled by all these craving pavings. And on the right, what we show is a healthy control, an HC healthy control, and what we can see here is that these subject's lungs looks quite clear. We can almost say a crystal clear lung here. So how do we collect labeled all the ground truth images? So what we do is that we invite two junior radiologists. Yeah, so here you can see these are two junior radiologists. Although they are junior, but they also have the experience, like the chest diagnosis experience with like more than 10 years of experience. And we request them to read the radiographs. And if they agree, and that's okay. And yeah, in situations, suppose they do not agree, and then we will invite us superior and senior doctors, and he will conduct the discussion, and finally we will want to get a consensus for the radiographs. This slide shows in total like seven transfer learning models we used in our study. We used like a AnexNet, the GoogleNet, the ResNet 18 and the ResNet 101. So here please be aware we have like two models in this bullet, and also we will test the models like the Inception Res V2 and the Inception V3, and also finally the DenseLate. So we will briefly give the reasons why we use the transfer learning. So the reason is that the traditional artificial intelligence, their capabilities are not so good when they try to map some complicated and intricate mapping from the input, the images, to the output, the labels, whether COVID-19 or healthy. So this is, we can think, is a kind of intricate mappings, and we just expect our models can be complicated enough so that the model can learn how the mappings being created, or how the mappings are cultivated. And that's the first reason why we use the deep learning. And the second reason why we use transfer learning is because our the size of our data is relatively small. We can see here it's quite difficult to collect the COVID-19 patient. And that's the reason why we use the transfer learning. And all the pre-trained models, they are pre-trained on this dataset called the ImageNet. And the ImageNet was a collection of about 14 million images. And all the 14 million images are hand annotated. And this slide shows the first practical and tractable pre-trained models, which is called the AnexNet. The AnexNet was developed by the PhD student Alex Krzyzewski and his supervisor Geoffrey Hinton. And this is the first released models to the internet, and everyone can download this pre-trained model and can apply this AnexNet to his own research field, like the stock prediction, the financial prediction, or what I can say is that any potential applications and anything that is related to prediction and classification or segmentation, and you can use AnexNet for a test. And from here it shows for the AnexNet, the input is about 224 by 224 by 3. The input, and we will use here the conf layers. The blue box here shows the conf layers, and followed by 3 dense layers. The dense layers have another name called the fully collected layers, but actually they are of the same things. And the AnexNet just uses the kernels within the conf layer and the dense layers, and they can output about in total 1,000 categories. So AnexNet is a well-trained neural network that can identify or classify in total 1,000 categories, and all the 1,000 categories are from the natural images like the cats, dogs, or some buildings that are commonly available from the natural our daily lives. And there's one tricky thing is that all those 1,000 categories does not contain our COVID-19 and the healthy subject. So how should we do? We need to adapt and slightly modify the AnexNet and to our task, the COVID-19 detection. So how do we do it? We will first to remove or like replace the last 1000 way FCL with a two-way FCL. So why we use a two-way here? Because we need to identify COVID-19 from the healthy subjects. That means our the output classes in our situation is only two. The first class is COVID-19 and the second class is a healthy subject. So you can see here in this picture, in the picture on the left, there is a block, particularly with a asterisk here. The FCL 3 star means this is a new added block, and we just to remove the original FCL 1000 with our FCL 2. And meanwhile, we add the batch normalization, because in the original NextNet, there's no batch normalization. We will add the batch normalization to replace the LRIN, and also we can add the batch normalization after the conf layers here, and we can also try to add batch normalization before the fully collected layer, and to check whether the performance is increased or not. And all those modifications will apply to other pre-trained models, and which I will not discuss it further away. So we just remember that although we use all the 7 pre-trained models, but we do need to do some slight and minor modifications to all those 7 pre-trained models. And in this slide, I just give a brief introduction why we need the basic principles of the GoogleNet. Sometimes it's also called the inception. So although we already have the AnnexNet, but there are still some excellent some other pre-trained models in the current deep learning fields. So what we see here is a method called the GoogleNet. So there's a problem because we do not know at each layer, do we need to insert a large or a smaller kernel at each layer, or do we need to use a pooling layer instead of a convolution layer? There's no answer. So how do we design a deep neural network? And usually we need to test or some using some manual test. And again, that returns to the feature engineering. So if we want to use deep learning and transfer learning, we expect that the neural network can learn what is the optimal kernel. Is it a large kernel is best for this layer, or is a smaller kernel or even a max pooling layer is most appropriate for current layers? So how should we do? We just stack and to have all the available filters together and with some multiple sizes and make them available at the same layer or at the same level, and we let the deep neural network to decide by itself which kernel will be the best. So here, this is the inspiration, how the GoogleNet is formed. And again, we can have an insight from this slide. The insight is that the solution to answer the question is that we will have a wider layer. You can see here, for the original and NextNet, if the width is 1, and in the GoogleNet, the width just increase to 4. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4 different columns, and we will let the GoogleNet to decide. Suppose the GoogleNet will think the max pooling will the most appropriate at this layer, and the GoogleNet will put more weights on the max pooling column and put less weights on the rest 3 other columns. The ResNet from another point is also quite excellent. And the reason is that we can see here the ResNet is on the leftmost of this a small picture here. It uses a very deep layer, a deep neural network, and meanwhile its accuracy or its error is quite small, or even we can say is relatively almost the smallest among all the pre-trained models. And the idea is quite simple. The ResNet just add a shortcut from each the input of each block. Yeah, here use please be aware of my speaking. I use this is a block. It's not a neural network, and the ResNet just use a shortcut to connect or you can say to link from the input of each block to the output here of this block, and then he used a summation like operation to add the two terms together. And this shortcut actually are also like quite common in our human brain neurons. So you can think this idea of ResNet, it can just I believe it get some inspirations from our human brains. And meanwhile, the experimental results on ResNet just are quite good. And from our own laboratory, we find that using ResNet can sometimes, not always, but it does have frequently the ResNet will get the best performance among all the pre-trained models. In this slide, we choose another also quite excellent pre-trained model called the DenseNet. The difference between the ResNet and the DenseNet is quite simple. The ResNet use a summation here, and the ResNet use a concatenation. So what does this mean? We can see from the picture in this slide. This picture shows a 5-layer dense block with a growth rate of k equals to 4. And each layer will take all the preceding feature maps as input. So you can think in this way, the DenseNet will not sum the output feature maps of the layers, but instead the DenseNet will try to concatenate. So the dense layer will like the width of each dense block will grow, and so the DenseNet need a transition layers to help to reduce. There are some possible improvement, and in our experiment, we tested two improvement. The first is called the randomized neural network, and we just attempted to replace the last fully collected layer with a two-way fully collected layer, right? So I guess you remembered in the adaptation of the AnnexNet to COVID-19 on that slide. But there's another possible way is that we will use here the Schmidt neural network, SNN, the extreme learning machine, the ELM, and the random vector functional linked networks, RVFL, to replace the two-way fully collected network. The reason is that the fully collected neural network are quite easy to be trapped in the overfitting, because the fully collected data has much more weights. And in the situation of the small dataset problem, and the fully collected layer may make easy to to solve the overfitting. So that means FCL is vulnerable for the overfitting problems. And then that comes to the randomized neural networks. Those randomized neural networks can help resist the effect of the overfitting and can make the neural network more reliable and more robust than using fully collected layers. There is another possible improvement. It's called the graph neural network. The graph neural network can be combined with the convolutional neural network, and what we call is the combination is a kind of a graph convolutional neural network. And from our laboratory, we find using GCNN, we can achieve better performance than convolutional neural network and transfer learning, but still we are trying to test and to find some better performance. So I did not add the recent results in this slide, but I believe using graph neural network, the GNN, is a possible and a powerful or even potential research directions in diagnosing, you can think making smart classifiers for COVID-19. Okay, here we come to the last, but not the least slide. The comparison result. From the comparison result, we compared all the 7 pre-trained models here, and what we can see is that the AnnexNet and the GoogleNet and the ResNet, their results are not good. Their accuracy is less than 90%. And meanwhile, the ResNet, I will try to use another color plan. the ResNet 101 and the Inception v3, it get like accuracies like in between 90% and 95%. So these we call the tier 2 algorithms. They are in between. Okay, I cannot locate my pen. Yeah, but okay, we can say here from 90 to 95 are the ResNet 101 and the Inception v3. And I will choose a final color here. And the best two methods are the Inception Res v2 and the DenseNet. Those methods can get results better than 95%. And meanwhile, we also checked the using randomized neural network, and we can see the table on the right. And what we see here is that using the SNN and the ELM can get a better performance than just replacing the last fully collected layer, the FCL 1000 with FCL 2. Oops, yeah, this is the last slide. Yeah, so welcome to listen to this presentation. And if you have any questions, feel free to drop an email. And this is slide shows my university email and my personal email. So you can what I mean is that every questions are welcome. So you can ask me any questions. Just write emails to those two emails. Thank you again for your listening, and hope that for the next years we can meet in person.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to share my paper with you here. The title of my paper is on the evolution of knowledge graph abroad and its application in intelligent education. Then I will describe it in the following sections. According to the NMC's Horizon 2019 report, artificial intelligence is the key of higher education to revolutionize in the next 4 to 5 years. The development of education is more and more dependent on the intelligent learning support service in today's information age. The intelligent education supported by artificial intelligence has drawn more attention. As an important branch of artificial intelligence, knowledge graph is a successful application of knowledge engineering in big data environment. Knowledge graph is an important support for the development of AI and education in the future. In the realization process of intelligent education, such as semantic search of knowledge, recommendation system of personalized learning, and construction of learner portrait. Most of them rely on large-scale knowledge graph. Therefore, by comprehensively analyzing the evaluation of knowledge graph, its greater significance to promote innovation in education. In this study, we extracted data with knowledge graph or knowledge visualization from the Web of Science database. That space and Campbell were adopted through the citation analysis and keywords concurrence analysis. Hot topic distribution and frontier trade of knowledge graph were discussed. With the changing of time, the number of literatures is an important indicator to measure the development rate of a field. In Campbell software, there is used to count the annual number of literatures. We can say it's to increase and quick rate in recent years from the fitted exponential function of the curve and the determination coefficient, the number of relating lectures. The foreign research about knowledge graph began in the 1950s. In 1955, Garfield pioneered the idea of using citation indexes to retrieve lectures. In 1965, Praise proposed the citation relationship between network and scientific literature. In 1977, Retrieval put forward the concept of knowledge engineering and deemed that knowledge engineering is the application of artificial intelligence and them ontology were interested and became the method of representing knowledge in the real world. In 1998, Tim Berners-Lee proposed the concept of semantic web. On this basis, the specialization of knowledge description on the World Wide Web was future proposed by the W3C. In 2006, Tim Berners-Lee put forward the concept of linked data to generate large-scale networks based on the relation between entities. In 2012, Google proposed the knowledge graph. which reflects the enhanced application of large-scale knowledge graph in intelligent search engine. The keywords of the literature are extracted from the full text, which can objectively reflect the research hotspots in the certain field. Set space is used to generate the concurrence graph of keywords. In addition to the knowledge graph, other high-frequency keywords are ontology, knowledge visualization, semantic web, knowledge graph embedding, knowledge representation, neural network, and so on. Clustering analysis of keywords can clearly reveal the hot topic in the field. Cluster was electricity from the keyword of cited literature. The extraction of cluster uses a long likelihood radio algorithm. A total of 4 clusters were generated. They are knowledge visualization, knowledge representation, deep learning, and neural networks. Nowadays, the construction of educational knowledge graph is regarded as the key for intelligent education. The educational knowledge graph can be constructed to provide students with a variety of knowledge services, such as knowledge query, personalized learning pace, and so on. When constructing the knowledge graph about a special domain, it's necessary to discuss with the domain experts to customize the schema of the domain knowledge graph. However, the research mainly focuses on the coded explicit knowledge, most of which do not consider the tacit knowledge. Therefore, it's urgent to construct a generic and domain knowledge graph for comprehensive construction platform. In terms of education and teaching, intelligent education is faced with the problem of students' cognitive overload. As mentioned in the cognitive load theory, when the cognitive load is controlled within the reach of working memory, effective learning can be happened. How to reduce the cognitive load and set the graduate of students' learning are the key. However, students' learning pace can be found and created by cognitive diagnosis, and students' cognitive load can be reduced effectively. On the other hand, according to constructive learning theory, learning is the process by which learner actively select and process external information based on their own experience. In order to avoid the emergence of lost in learning problem, it's urgent to build the cognitive graph based on knowledge graph through students' cognitive diagnosis. It has cognition first, which can make cognitive diagnosis for students. Then reasoning is to provide a personalized learning pace, which can promote students' effective learning. With development of intelligence such as the Internet and artificial intelligence, traditional educational ideas about effective learning of students have been inherited and surpassed. It's urgent to create a fair, open, and personalized education environment by the deep combination of artificial intelligence and education, which was proposed at the International Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Education in May 2019. In the future, with the progress of knowledge graph and 5G, intelligence education will become the main way of online learning. That's all. Thank you for your listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Marvin Qing. I come from Anhui Polytechnic University. The topic of my report is interactive design and application of 2 to 3.5-year-old preschool education IH5 web page based on cloud. The content mainly includes: first, abstract; second, introduction; third, analysis of IH5 pushing utility of preschool education information from 2 to 3.5 years old; fourth, extension and exhibition of intelligent home wardrobe system; fifth, IH5 interface design for preschool education from 2 to 3.5 years old. 6. Conclusions. Part 1. Abstract. This paper aims to improve the learning situation of the network propaganda and promotion of preschool education between 2 and 3.5 years old in China, at the same time to provide targeted, accurate, and valuable preschool education information for the public and families of preschool children, so as to meet the realistic needs of the market. Part 2. Introduction. Professional, authoritative, scientific, and effective educational knowledge has not been widely disseminated and propagated, especially in preschool education at the age of 2 to 3.5. The public still has a big one-sided educational awareness and misunderstanding, and their demands are not satisfied. According to the data presented in this paper, it is of great significance and expected effect to combine mobile devices and mainstream processes to carry out the dissemination and promotion of scientific cognition of 2 to 3.5-year-old preschool education. On the one hand, users can realize only acting function by visualizing the information of preschool education for 2 to 3.5-year-old children, and multimedia elements such as drawing, discharging, and setting without coding, so as to effectively meet the device needs of different users. On the other hand, this research and design aims to provide educational consultation based on thorough and meticulous investigation, help and guidance to the public and parents of young children with IH5 rich mobile interaction design style and professional 2 to 3.5-year-old early childhood education system, and to build a sharing platform to realize the positive interaction among the government, society, educational institutions, and children's families. Framework of social and market investigation. First, perspective. Second, market background research. Third, analysis of different ages. Fourth, similar comparison. Part 3. Analysis of RH value pushing utility of preschool education. Information from 2 to 3.5 years old. According to the findings of the survey in China, K1 is the most promising market, while ignoring the education of 2 to 3.5-year-old children. At the same time, the traditional online education has the drawbacks of dullness, lack of communication, and a learning atmosphere. RH5 advantage. RH5 has the characteristics of short-term consuming, information gathering, and clear information transmission. RH5 and preschool education. This RH5 with preschool education is designed to enable users to simply and clearly obtain information on 2 to 3.5-year-old preschool education and to get the contents they need without any obstacles, as well as link queries on the website. The ideas of page design in Fugue are mainly yellow and blue colors, creating a happy atmosphere. Place the yellow-blue triangle around indirectly. The triangle has the directional function, is conducive to gathering the views plane of theta. Can better highlight the content to be displayed. This meaning face expression is placed in the up triangle and the yellow and blue hands are placed in the left and right triangles, so that the three forms the action of embracing or pressing, which reflects the resultants and security. The project can tell you how to educate and get children, how to make them more knowledgeable and better. Part 4. Extension and expansion of intelligent home wardrobe system. For different age groups of children, through this research made the following simple analysis. First, 2-year-old children actively explore the world and try to learn the word. Second, 2.5-year-old children have a preliminary understanding of the outside world. Third, 3-year-old children are the age stage that they like to share with others. Fourth, children aged 3.5 are relatively insecure. As shown in table, in order to show the bright prospects of early childhood education, the physical and mental performance of children in each stage is designed in blue stripes, rising step by step, forming a ladder to highlight the cognitive growth process of 2 to 3.5-year-old children. On the other hand, blue has a sense of sense and text knowledge based on the blue background. It implies the orderly presentation of educational content and the extraction of concerned information. Let the user's visual center be clear, but also let the means be clear. Functionality and practicality coexist, which conforms to the public's aesthetics. Part 5. IH5 Interface Design for preschool education from 2 to 3.5 years old. 2 IH5 interface schemes of 2 to 3.5 years old preschool education are designed. This scheme 1 is designed for children's cognitive psychology and hobbies. As shown in figure, bright color, symbol layout, and cartoon design. It embodies interestingness so as to cultivate children's temperament and interest. Dollars smiling face represents the presence of children's happy growth and a bright future. Round, rectangular, and triangular forms a simple geometry and black surface, showing inclusiveness and dynamic. On the other hand, arrows are instructive and can play a bad guiding role. The symbol abstraction of the content makes the impression more profound. 2 IH5 interface schemes of 2 to 3.5 years old preschool education are designed. This scheme 2 is designed for parents of 2 to 3.5-year-old children and the public as shown in figure, mainly from 4 aspects to reflect the advantage and focuses. First, the Internet interaction platform. Second, objective and comprehensive analysis. Third, the presence positioning of the service group. Fourth, the strong support of the national policy. Part 6. Conclusions. Education is the cornerstone of a country, and information is an important resource nowadays. Interactive design and application of 2 to 3.5-year-old preschool education. IH5 web page based on cloud through in-depth research. On the one hand, this paper carries out tactile design in content and form from the cognitive habits and the characteristics of 2 to 3.5 years old children's growth stage. On the other hand, it effectively utilizes the advantage of IH5 to create a scientific medium that conforms to the development of children's minds and Straits to make the public better accept and popularize the scientific knowledge of preschool education between 2 and 3.5 years old, so as to better improve the quality of education. Thank you for listening.
Hello everyone. My presentation title is Study on Teaching of Engineering Design course with 3D model, software, and 3D print in International Training course. Firstly, is about the introduction. Engineering design is an important course for students majoring in electromechanical specialty in international training course. The course includes 2 parts of knowledge. The first part of the course in engineering design introduces the students to concepts, procedures, data, and decision analysis technology necessary in modern design applications. The second part of the course continues the direction started in the first part, using similar methods to introduce new topics. In the procession of the design work, 3D modeling software is necessary for students to understand the design model. 3D modeling was a popular research topic in design fields. Integrating 3D model established with a software into the designing process is a helpful teaching method to get better effect in class. 3D modeling is to build a model with 3-dimension data through virtual 3-dimension space through 3-dimension production software. While 3D printing technology is a novel manufacturing technology which is rapid, direct to get design real parts, and it is facilitated to evaluate the design scheme. Requirements and teaching part. Firstly, internationalization of knowledge and ability. Internationalization is a way of designing and producing products that can be easily adapted to different locales. This requires extracting all languages, countries, region, and culturally dependent elements from a product. In other words, the process of developing an application whose feature design and code design do not make assumptions based on a single local, and whose source code simplifies the creation of different local editions of a program, is called internationalization. The second part of the course will enable the students to first describe the wide range of mechanisms which already designed and be able to research for suitable means of obtaining a required motion. Second, construct linkage displacement diagram to determine overall motion. Third, develop force analysis for linkage. 4. Select suitable hydraulic, pneumatic, or electric layer actuate. 5. Check column strength of actuator. 6. Design line bearings and select suitable property units. 7. Select suitable brake and clutch units for given loads and acceleration. The next part is integrate 3D modeling software. The designing projects in the course is an important part for students to attain their designing ability. The designing projects are required and arranged in teaching plan for students to practice the software. At school, the designing homework are required to apply 3D modeling software for modeling and other software for calculating. It is also encouraged for students to use Office software to write the design specification. 3D printing is novel manufacturing technology which could convert the data in the computer designed by the software to the signal in the printer. To overlay and bond the metal or plastic materials layer by layer through the printer. In the course of engineering designing, 3D printing technology could follow up their 3D modeling to realize the transfer from the modeling to the real products. It could help students to understand the designing model and evaluate the real quality of the products designed in the process. In other words, 3D printing makes the printing glue by combining their computer and their real raw materials together, and then with the guide of the computer, the real designs was printed. In the 3D printing class, students could realize their designed plan by 3D printer, which could imitate their innovation ideas and innovation thinking. Then, the interesting of designing and innovation could be instilled in the class. Also, students could study from the modeling library and design their objective by their innovating ideas by talking with their teammates. The group cooperation could train students' ability of teamwork. In the 3D printing class, the divergent thinking is important for students to generate innovative ideas. So, combination of free play in thinking and group cooperation in realizing the design is necessary. Teacher statements the requirements, conditions, and the other time left for students to free thinking, talking, and cooperate with their teammates. Combining 3D printing and 3D modeling could attain good teaching effort in the studying process of the course. Integrating 3D printing technology and 3D modeling software into the teaching class is an effective and popular teaching mode for students in their international training class. All in all, engineering design is a key specialty course for students in international training class. In the paper, the internationality was introduced. The requirements of the course were studied and made. The content of engineering design was summarized. In teaching method, established 3D modeling for students is an important progress to understand and express their design ideas. Integrating the 3D modeling software into the course is necessary and helpful for students. 3D printing technology is a novel manufacturing which could get the real products designed in class rapidly and directly. That means when a student have a new idea in the classroom and the real subject is more useful for their study. The teacher or students can use the 3D modeling software to print the subjects immediately, which is convenient and directly. So, combining 3D printing with 3D modeling is effective and helpful for students to view and evaluate the design plan, which is helpful to improve their designing work. Which means when students designed something, they can print their model directly before their real final scenes was produced. They can correct or change some part of their design.
The information grading management system of college students based on deep learning. This paper has 5 points. Abstract. Introduction. Hardware and software. Experiment. Conclusion. Abstract part. In view of the traditional student information management system, cannot maintain a certain system response speed under a large number of concurrent users. This paper designs a hierarchical management system of college student information based on deep learning. First of all, we use RFID technology to build the hardware module of student information collection and design the software part of the management system. Then it constructs the structure of student information hierarchical management system and determines the model of the system for student information hierarchical management. At last, we build the deep neural network model and use the student information data set to train the neural network, realize the hierarchical management of university student information, and complete the design of the management system. By comparing with the traditional management system, it is proved that the management system based on deep learning can keep high response speed and superior system performance under a large number of concurrent users. Introduction part. Deep learning is a branch of machine learning which aims at analyzing and interpreting data by establishing and simulating the operation process of human brain neurons. Neural network of deep learning is composed of multi-layer artificial neural network, through which the abstract knowledge expression can be learned automatically. Deep learning has the ability to automatically learn from the data to extract features, but also more scalable. By adjusting the training set data can identify more types. Using the method of deep learning, the training task and classification task can be separated when the application is realized, so as to achieve the effect of rapid classification of objectives. Student information management is an important part of school office affairs management, making full use of information technology, network technology and computer technology in student information management. The student information management system is constructed into an application system, integrating information processing, business process and knowledge management. Through the construction and use of student information management system, teachers and students can share information conveniently, communicate efficiently, change the traditional complex and inefficient way of work, achieve efficient, high quality, and all-round information processing, business process and knowledge management, and provide strong help for the modern college student information management. Greatly improve work efficiency and management quality, and promote the college information construction. Through this system, the university teachers can use the network student information management, the curriculum information management, and the student result management, and so on. The student can carry on the result inquiry and the online choice and so on. The school administrator can carry on the batch student information management and the maintenance and the management, and so on through this system. Student information management system through the network, space-time separation of the two sides, can work together to achieve the information exchange between various departments, work coordination and cooperation, and this interaction and coordination can be completed almost instantaneously in the network environment, a great convenience to work. Therefore, this article will design the university student information grading management system based on the deep study. Hardware and software part. The hardware part of the student information hierarchical management system is composed of our RFID data acquisition module and several servers. Student names, student numbers, Majors, colleges, grades and other information are manually entered and stored in student cards. Student school information, facial information, and social information are collected by using radio frequency transceivers, high-definition cameras, and ID card reading devices. An HD camera and ID card reader will input some information into the system software through the serial port, while the RF transceiver will read the relevant information from the student card and input it into the system software for processing. The RF transceiver chip used in this paper is CC2540 and 256 RHAR. The output power is 4 decibel relative to 1 milliwatt. The maximum transmission rate is 1 million bits per second, and the operating voltage is 2 to 3. 6 voltage. Its flexible and efficient development tools support KDI, LC, LSP download. Software design of college student information grading management system based on deep learning. Based on the software part of the system, the software part of college student information grading management system based on deep learning is designed to realize the related functions of the management system. Software design includes 3 parts. 1. Design the architecture of student information management system. The student information hierarchical management system established in this paper is divided into 2 levels as a whole. The first level management is school level management. The second level management is hospital level management. In order to update the student information data in time, the courtyard level management is divided into 2 levels according to grade and specialty. 2. Information management database design. Considering the system security, the foreground system software is installed at the node of the user with high operation authority. Only the operator with high operation authority has the right to access the operation, and the general user has no right to access it. The other type is installed on a specific server in the form of a backend, which stores the student's information that can be disclosed, and the relevant personnel can submit the modification within their own legal operation authority. 3. Establishment of a depth neural network model. Deep neural network is an important branch of deep learning. In this paper, deep neural network is used to improve the hierarchical management efficiency of management system. The Vocational network structure model adopts a modular structure for easy addition and modification. Select a part of student information data, set as the training set of neural network. Through the training of neural network, get the specific parameters of neural network. Realize the hierarchical management of student information. The training process of neural network is described as follows. Input sample data in the lowest layer of the deep neural network is an important branch of deep learning. In this paper, deep neural network is used to improve the hierarchical management efficiency of management system. The Vocational network structure model adopts a modular structure for easy addition and modification. Select a part of student information data, such as the training set of neural network. Through the training of neural network, get the specific parameters of neural network. Realize the hierarchical management of student information. The training process of neural network is described as follows. Input sample data in the lowest layer of the network, through which the feature vectors are extracted and sampled to get some feature vectors. These eigenvectors are input in several join layers, and then the outputs are input into a classifier. Finally, the classification results of sample data, i.e., the probabilities of each classification, are obtained. Experiment part. Through the analysis of experimental data, the relevant conclusions are drawn. In order to scientifically and effectively test the performance of the management system designed in this paper, this experiment adopts the form of comparative experiment. The contrast group of the experiment is the traditional student information management system, and the test group of the experiment is the college student information grading management system based on deep learning. The contrast index of the experiment is the response time of the system under different user concurrency, and the response speed of the system is evaluated by comparing the response time. Conclusion. Promoting information management is the focus of the current work of colleges and universities. In order to improve the efficiency of the management of college students' information, this paper studies the hierarchical management system of college students' information based on deep learning. Through the contrast experiment with the traditional student information management system, it is proved that the management system designed in this paper can bear a large amount of user concurrency and keep normal operation under a large amount of user concurrency. That is to say, the performance of the information management system designed in this paper is better. Another paper is teaching quality evaluation method based on multi-layer feed-forward neural network. In order to promote the development of education, multi-layer feed-forward neural network is applied to the teaching quality evaluation process, and a new evaluation method is proposed. An evaluation model based on multi-layer feed-forward neural network is established. The experiment data is used to compare the results of the experimental group and the control group. The results show that the application of multi-layer feed-forward neural network to the evaluation of teaching quality can reduce the error between the target output and the actual output, and make the quality evaluation result more in line with the actual situation.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I want to give you my paper presentation. The topic of my paper is Analysis of the conflict model of education and culture in China and Britain based on deep learning. My name is Wang Xia from Mianyang Teachers College, Mianyang, Sichuan Province, China. My presentation has 4 steps. The first step, motivations for the research. The second one, how can I develop the paper? The third, structure of the paper. And the last one, significance of the paper. As for the motivations for the paper, there are many factors. The first one we can mention is that the cultural diversity. With the development of economy and technology, especially the globalization, cultural diversity has aroused a lot of people's attention, including me. And we can notice there is a Sino-British integrated education system, and there are a lot of cross-cultural conflict management problems. So, to center on this topic is of practical significance. The second factor is that the conflict model. The conflict model can evaluate which one and can have the index to analyze. The old conflict model has narrower analysis index scope, and there are a lot of errors in analysis results. So we'd better say the method and structure of the old conflict model should be improved. Based on the theories and methods of cross-cultural management, corporate culture, this paper tries to combine theoretical analysis with case study and field data to systematically analyze the development of Sino-British education and the practical problems encountered during this field to analyze the cultural mechanism. And then we come to the deep learning. Deep learning is a complex machine learning algorithm, and generally speaking, it is superior to other technologies. So, to center on this topic, it is of academic significance. But how can I develop my paper? So, at the very beginning, I want to show you Figure 1, design process of analysis method of Chinese British educational conflict model based on deep learning. So, as you can see here, we use literature research, analysis of deep learning algorithm, and we form the analysis of the differences between Chinese and English education. Then finally, we determine the conflict model parameters. By using deep learning algorithm to build a model of cultural conflict between Chinese and English education, by using the above process, we can improve the stability and the reliability of the model and make sure that the design results can be fully analyzed and understood in the daily use of Sino-British cultural conflicts. So, as we put it here, according to the process, we add stability and reliability. But how can I develop it? First, I list the differences between English and Chinese education by offering a lot of indexes. And then we set the conflict model parameter. A third, we just transform such kind of indexes into the calculation, and we try to calculate the results of the important coefficient formula for the indexes. And we get the classification results of the importance and try to enumerate the indexes according to the level of their importance. The fifth one, we construct the experimental link and find out the original model with the design model. Try to compare them, which one is much better. Finally, we draw a conclusion that the application effect of the design model is much better than the original model. Now let's look at the structure of this paper. The paper has 4 parts. The first one is about the introduction. I just introduce the Sino in British education system and also the conflict model and also the deep learning. Then we come to the second part, that is the construction of Sino-British educational cultural conflict model based on deep learning. The third part is about the test experiment, and the last part is about the conclusion. So here I just give you some tables and figures in my paper. For example, at the very beginning, I just give you the information table about the cultural differences between Chinese and English. There are 3 columns. The right column is about the Western education. The middle column is about the education in China, while the very left column is the indexes, including student status, teacher perspective, teacher and student relationship, education mode, focus of education, student development specific, student creativity, and directions of education. And the last one, discipline emphasis. So by offering such kind of indexes and try to tell you that they are different between Chinese and English, the cultural differences, it is a base for our research. And then we try to divide the results of the analysis according to their importance here, the difference between Chinese and English, cultural difference between Chinese and English. So the information importance number could be here, from the most important to the least important one. The teacher-student relationship, education mode, focus of the education, student status, teacher perspective, student development specific, student creativity, direction of education, and discipline emphasis. So we try to enumerate them according to the cultural difference, the importance of cultural differences. And it is a base for our to set up a a model. And now let's look at figure 2, other aspects of the model parameter calculation process. At the very beginning, we get parameter indicators, and then we try to calculate the importance of parameters. Then we try to sort out the implement parameter and also quoted fuzzy evaluation. Then finally, we get our parameter system. So we come to the end. Finally, we get it. And also, as you can see on the screen, there are 3 formulas on the screen. That is the procedures for us to calculate the importance of the cultural difference between English and Chinese. Table 4 is about the comparison results between the original model as the index range of the design model in this paper. As you can see here, in the above experimental results, for example, the index included in the model is expressed in terms of T, but not in terms of F. Through this comparison, it can be seen that the reliability of model analysis results can be improved with a wide range of indicators. So, the application effect of the design model is much better than the original model. And we just get a conclusion. Today, on the one hand, the increasing cultural exchanges between China and the other countries, China's performance in the international area has become increasingly self-confident. And also, the significance of this paper is that a new model of Sino-British educational cultural conflict based on deep learning is designed. So we design a new model to evaluate, to comment on the cultural conflict. It has a wider index range and is much better than the original model because it is much more objective and effective, as you can see here. So, by analyzing the results of differences in education between China and Britain, setting model indicators and citing deeper learning algorithm to build a model of cultural conflict between China and Britain. The experimental results show that the index range of the designed model is wider than that of the original model, which can effectively improve the reliability of the analysis result. The conflict between Chinese and British education and culture should also be based on our historical development and lead the change in the international exchange and cooperation of education globalization. The power construction of contemporary university culture is a problem that we need to rethink and solve. So, at the end of my paper presentation, I want to say more words about this. As I put here in Chinese character, lands apart, sky shared. So now we are facing the COVID-19, the pandemic. We better fight against COVID-19 and defeat it. May peace, love, health, and safety be with you. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Hello everyone. The topic of my report is multi-module integration method of students' habitual learning model based on deep learning. In order to improve the ability of multi-module integration of students' habitual learning model and increase the ability of model to deal with more complex situations, a multi-module integration method of student habitual learning model is proposed based on deep learning. In order to strengthen and integrate students' habitual learning model, construct the data sample processing system, and analyze the influencing factors and mechanism of college students' deep learning. On the basis of that analysis, firstly, collect the student data and construct the three-dimensional structure model of deep learning, and carry out confirmatory factor analysis to ensure the reliability and the validity of the research structure. The latent variable is introduced to deal with multi-integrated data, so as to realize the research on the multi-module integration method of students' habitual learning model. The experimental results shows that, compared with the traditional multi-module integration model, the multi-module integration process ability of this method is stronger. The instruction. Deep learning is a new research direction in the field of machine learning. In recent years, breakthroughs have been made in speech recognition, computer vision, and other applications. The motivation is to build models to simulate the neural connections of human brain. When processing image, sound, and text signals, the data features are described through multi-transformation stages, and then the data interpretation is given, taking image data as an example. The processing of this kind of signal is Vocational system, is age detection and initial shape. Gradually, form more complex version shape. Similarly, deep learning forms more abstract high-level representation, attributed category or feature by combining low-level features, and finally gives the hierarchical feature representation of that. The reason why deep learning is called depth is relative to the shallow learning methods, such as support vector machine, lifting method, and maximum entropy method. In the model or learning by deep learning, there are more levels of non-linear operation. Shallow learning relies on artificial experience to extract sample features, and the signal layer features without hierarchical structures are obtained after network model learning, while deep learning transforms the future representation of samples in the original space to a new future space through layer by layer future transformation of the original signal, so as to automatically learn that hierarchical features representation, which is more conducive to classification and future visualization. Therefore, through literature analysis, this paper makes an in-depth understanding of the research on deep learning at home and abroad, analyze the current situation, trend, shortcomings, of deep learning research at home and abroad, and started the multi-module integration method of students' habitual learning model. Design of multi-module integration method for student habitual learning model. In recent years, big data and cloud computing have been booming. Big data provides a way to deal with massive data. Cloud computing, through virtualization technology, abstracts entity resource, eliminates the limitation of original physical configuration, and makes people more efficient use of resource. As we enter the era of artificial intelligence, we can solve the problem of mass data storage and pre-processing by combining them with deep learning. Deep learning technology is to build multiple neural network model by referring to the multiple structure of human cerebral cortex, and the training data can continuously obtain more abstract data characteristics in the process of multimodal training, which is different from general through machine learning. Feature annotation is needed in advance, which makes it possible to solve complex application problems, and has made remarkable achievement in image recognition and speech recognition. A typical neural network structure mainly includes input layer, height layer, and output layer. The circle in the figure indicates that the neuron refers to certain operation, and the connection constitutes the connection between different neurons. Each connection is given a way, and the arrow direction indicates the data flow direction. The training process of the neural network is to input the data representing the original characteristic of the data from the input layer, and pass the data to the output layer through neural operation of hidden layer, according to the direction of the output layer in order to achieve better results. The weights of each neuron connection were adjusted. Neural network predication is to use the adjusted weights to calculate some input data to get the output results. That is, to complete the predication. In the training process, the weights between neurons needed to be initialized first. After training, the predicted value will be generated. Our goal is to minimize the difference between the predictable value and the real value. That is, the predicted loss is the minimum. This requires reverse weight adjustment. In this training process, the weight will be adjusted to the extent that the loss meets the requirements. As a training process, the relationship between input and output is constructed, and the output results of other inputs can be calculated to achieve the purpose of predication. In the complex network model, there are many hidden layers. For the complex problems, we need to make a sample fetches of the input layer structure continuously through the hidden layer to get higher level features and achieve better representation of the results of the output layer, which is the reason why deep learning can solve complex problems. The data flow between each layer needs matrix calculation. More layers means massive calculation and a large number of parameters. The evaluation index of resource schedule algorithm can be viewed from two aspects: system and user. System perspective. Optimal time span indicates the time difference between the start and the completion of serious tasks. The shorter the time difference, the better the performance of the schedule. algorithm and higher the utilization of resource. Throughput, the total number of tasks completed by the system in a certain period of time. Load balancing. Load balancing is an important measure of cloud computing system performance. As a scheduling algorithm, it is necessary to realize the load balance of computer nodes, because too much load will unbalance the load of computing nodes, which may cause system downtime. Too low load means either computing node resources. Therefore, a good algorithm should adjust load, taking into account the processing capacity of each node, the resource demand of different tasks, try to achieve full load but not overload. Fairness. The fairness of system requires consideration of users, resources, and tasks. From the user's point of view, fairness means that users are equal to each other, and they can use resources in the system equally. From the perspective of resources, fairness means the what resources can receive scheduled tasks equally. From the perspective of task, fairness means tasks are equal in their allocation of what resources. From the perspective of users, waiting time. It refers to the time difference between the submission of a task and the execution of the response in the scheduling process. From the perspective of a single user, each user wants to wait as short as possible to get the response of computing system faster. And what the administrator can achieve is to make the average waiting time or users smaller. Executing time refers to time taken by a task from response to completion. Here's how to solve the specific problems. According to the different task types, the common network modules are investigated. To design the network model, we need to define the structure of network and choose the training method, initialize network. The parameters of the model are usually set by using random numbers and according to historical experience. Progress date, adopt different strategies to expand the amount of data and transform it into appropriate structure. Randomly scrub the training date and according to the set page size of each training or the data used. Designing of multi-module integrate method for student habitual learning model. Role model is used to segment data in pages. Training the network, observe the effective of training process. If the model is not right, adjust the model and go back to second step. If the number is not correct, adjust the parameter and enter the fourth step. Keep training many times to get the good result. Comparison experiment. 3.1 Experimental background. Based on deep learning, the multi-module integrated method of student habitual learning model can integrate multi-source categories data, including explicit or implicit user feedback data, use portrait and project content data, and use generated content by taking multi-source heterogeneous data as input and adopting an end-to-end model automatic training prediction model. The deep learning model method can effectively integrate multi-source heterogeneous data into the integration system so as to alleviate the data spiral and the single module problem faced by the traditional learning system and improve the ability of learning system. Its main advantages are as follows. It can avoid complex artificial feature engineering, especially in the face of unstructured data such as images and values. The expressive learning ability of deep learning can help extra features. Information from unstructured data. It's possible to learn nonlinear multi-level abstract feature representation And the quiet features are usually dense and low dimensioned, which are not available in traditional shallow learning method. It can overcome the heterogeneity of different data and learn from users and projects by using various rough raw data as input. Conclusion. This paper presents a new, more student-habit learning model based on the deep learning module integration method. According to the principle of integrating system data collection, and build deep learning three-dimensional structure model strength system operation. Select a student habit learning model, more integrated module data structure equation, and finally realize the study integrated method. Through the comprehensive analysis of experiment, this paper based on deep learning student habit learning model, multi-module integration method can improve the integration performance of the system to a higher degree with the better development space. The number of research publications based on optimization method of deep learning is increasing experimentation, and the deep learning has become an inevitable part of various researches. And the deep learning can effectively capture the non-linear and non-trivial user project relation, and can express that as more complex abstract coding, and it can more effectively integrate student habits learning information and resource. Therefore, this paper studies student habits learning model so as to achieve the standardization and deep learning of habits education, and promote the construction of human state classroom. The construction of the beautiful campus has important practical significance and wide application prospects, which lays the foundation for the health growth of the students. That's all of my report.
Okay, my title is based on the Big Data Program Language Learning Website Generation System. Let's look at the abstract. In order to improve the learning efficiency of students, a website generation system based on big data is proposed. Under the background of big data, the hardware design of the system is completed by using the overall architectural design of the learning website generation system and the design of the learning website generation zone. Through the collection of program language learning website data, the design of program language learning website generation database, and the design of program language learning website generation process, the software design of the system is completed and the generation of program language learning website is realized. The test results show that, compared with the website generation system based on cloud computing, the students' learning efficiency is higher. Next one is preface. With the rapid development of electronic technology and network technology, today's society has become an information society. Because of this, the Ministry of Education stated in the Laws on Popularizing Information Technology Education from 2001, it took 5 to 10 years for China to popularize information technology education in primary and secondary school. Use information technology to drive education modernization and work hard to achieve China. Many schools have begun to pay attention to the teaching of information technology courses, but they also found in teaching practice that because the basic knowledge of programming, language, and information technology provided in textbook is relatively boring, operation exercises are not attractive to students. At the same time, due to the rapid development of information technology, there is a lot of knowledge updated in the textbook that cannot keep up with the time and is outdated and cannot meet the need of students. Therefore, the teaching method and the learning methods of traditional procedural language learning websites can no longer meet the need of students' comprehensive development, and the new teaching models are urgently needed to promote middle school information technology courses to meet the requirements of the times. In order to benefit more teachers and students, and considering the structural similarity of program language learning website, it is imperative to develop high-quality program language learning website quickly and efficiently. So the research result will be helpful to promote the development of distance education and realize the goal of lifelong education, which has considerable promotion value. Part 1 is about the program language learning website generation system hardware design. It includes 1.1 overall system architecture design. In this part, establish a convenient and easy to use big data-based program language learning website generation system, so that teachers can quickly build the framework page of the learning website without the help of technical staff, thereby focusing on designing teaching content page. At any time, teachers can change the layout of a website by changing the website template of field, and provide information collection interface to fill or modify the program language learning website information. Limit the information submitted to ensure the validity of the data and provided security data shortage. The collected information includes configuration information of program language learning website. And part 2, the framework generate requirements. This part is the most important functional requirement of this system. According to the collected information, each frame file of the learning website is generated on the server side, and a folder for placing the content page file is generated. The directory information should be presented in a tree structure in the frame page. And part 3, templated requirements. The system provided templated management function, developed flexible template design rule to enable template designers to design template page with diverse structure. And the number 4 is interaction requirements. In the first level, directory to provide optional learning seeds commonly used interactive modules, including answering modules, discussion modules, homework modules. And the number 5 is user management requirements. You can see this figure. The overall architecture of the system is shown below. And 1.2, program language learning website generation reserve design. From the above figure, it can be seen that the reserve side of the website of program language learning uses the camera of USB interface as the data acquisition device of the website of program language learning, and complete the data collection function of the website of program language learning by calling the v4l2 function interface. Through the above operations, we have compressed the collected program language learning website data, and the server listened to the client's access request after the collection. If an access request is received from the client, the server returns the program language learning website data to the client. This system is based on the TCP transmission protocol and use software communication to realize the program language learning website data transmission. The working structure of the program language learning website generation server is shown in the figure 3. And part 2 is the program language learning website generation system software design. And in this part, we also include the collecting program language learning website data. The compression structure of program language learning website data is shown in the figure 4. And the compression step of the program language learning website data as follows. Step 1 is discrete consign transform, and step 2 is quantitative. Step 3 encoding. You can see in a wizard style way, each page provides previous step and the next step button to guide the user to enter information. Its functional flow is shown in the figure 5. 2.2 Design of database generated for website of program language learning. The database must be clearly structured and reasonably arranged. And please pay attention to the database security like this. And 2.3 is about the program language learning website generation process design. The last entry window is the template selection window. The name, introduction, and effect map of each template are placed in the window for the user to make a choice. The question should be derived from the lead of the education and the teaching, and at the same time they must be expandable and practical. Part 3 is system test. The first is test environment. You can see we need the environment like that. And next step is test the method and the procedures. And you can see step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And next one is analyze of test result. We can see the figure of this map. And the last one is about the conclusion. In the view of no efficiency of students learning in the traditional website generation system of program language learning, this paper proposes and designs a website generation system of program language learning based on big data. Under the background of big data, based on the hardware design and the software design of the system design of the system is completed, which realizes the generation of the website. The test result shows that compared with the cloud-based system, the learning efficiency of students is higher, and it has a wide range of application prospects. However, this study only considers the efficiency of students' learning and ignores the stability of the system. In the following research, it needs to be improved continuously to make the performance of the website generation system of program language learning research a higher level. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Personalized recommendation technology of network teaching resources based on ant colony algorithm. Abstract. In order to solve the problem of low recall rate in traditional network teaching resources, personalized recommendation technology, and ant colony algorithm-based network teaching resources, personalized recommendation technology was designed. Describe users' interest in network teaching resources, acquire users' interest in network teaching resources, and implement dynamic adjustment of users' interest in network teaching resource based on ant colony algorithm. Obtain the information that the user is interested in, that is, the personalized characteristics of the user, and then build the user model according to these characteristics, including the individual user model, the group user interested model, and the comprehensive user interest model. The construction of personalized recommendation model of network teaching resource includes application layer, business logic layer, and data layer. Through the construction of network teaching resources personalized recommendation model to achieve personalized recommendation of network teaching resources. In order to prove the high recall rate of the personalized recommendation technology of the network teaching resource based on ant colony algorithm, the traditional personalized recommendation technology of network teaching resources was compared with this technology. The experimental results show that the recall rate of the technical is higher than that of the traditional personalized recommendation technical. Chapter 1. A personalized recommendation technology of network teaching resources based on ant colony algorithm is designed. Chapter 1.1. Use interest extraction and adjustment. Firstly, the user's interest in network teaching resource is described. Then the user's interest in network teaching resource is acquired. And finally, the user's interest in network teaching resource is dynamic adjusted based on ant colony algorithm. Interest to the user's network teaching resource is described first needed to grasp the user's interest. User's interest is the user's personalized features. It is determined by the human individual characteristics in its demand for teaching resources of the combination of characteristic information, and is determined by the particular user demand for the teaching resource of the relations and produce a series of useful information for the individual. User personality trails. In the library, all the words from the user are most interested in teaching resources of keywords selected. weights of each entry in the library reflects the worth and the relevance of the user interests, because in a specific time, the user's interest is relatively stable. The user's interest is approximated by a finite number of keywords can express. When the user is successfully registered, the teaching resource database system will ask the user to fill in a demand information form for teaching resources. The demand information is the initial characteristic of the user interest and will establish a user personality characteristic database for the user to record this initial characteristic of the interest. Finally, based on an ad-colony algorithm, the user's interest in network teaching resource is dynamically adjusted, and the user's browsing and related feedback on teaching resources are timely adjusted and updates. That is, extract all the keywords, names, cumulative visit, and recent access dates of teaching resources of interest to users, and add the user's personality library according to the following algorithm. From the above equation, it can be seen that if the keyword's recent access time is the same, the access frequency is less to be eliminated. If the keyword's access time are the same, the most recent access time far from the recent time is eliminated. This adjustment strategy considers the time and the times of user interest, which is a better method. Chapter 1.2 Build a user model. Personalized service of teaching resources is not a point to a user, but to provide the information that the user really needs. That is, the problem of accurate filtering. A user model is a representation of a user information needs of interests. There are two steps to get a user model. First, the information that the user is interested in, that is, the personalized character of the user, and then the user model is constructed according to these characteristics. Design a library of user characteristics of each user to obtain and track the user's personalized access characteristics. Individual user model was adapted to realize individual filtering. Group user model to realize collaborative filtering, and comprehensive user model to realize comprehensive filtering. From the previously generated individual user interest vector and group user interest vector, 100 keywords with high comprehensive interest index and corresponding comprehensive interest index are selected to construct to the comprehensive user interest vector. Then, this is comprehensive user interest vector not only reflects the individual user's personalized interest characteristics, but also contains the group interest characteristics of multiple users with similar interests. The steps for the generating a comprehensive user interest model are shown in Table 1. Chapter 1.3 To achieve personalized recommendation of network teaching resource. The construction of the personalized recommendation model of network teaching resources includes application layer, business logic layer, and data layer. Data layer is deposited a personalized recommendation model, all the data needed for the network teaching resource information, mainly including user basic information, learning resource information, various recommended number display settings information, user history, grading, and evaluation information. These data are from the model of interactive activities. The business logic layer is a recommendation algorithm part of the model, which is also difficult and key part of the model. If the responsible for the recommendation learning resource that meet learners' interests and performance and their own needs. The work of this layer includes the construction of user project rating matrix, the calculation of similarity between the projects, the generation of the pseudo rating matrix, the calculation of similarity between the user, the assessment of resource prediction, and generation of the recommendation list. The input part of the personalized recommendation model of network teaching resource includes the basic information of user and the score information of resource, and the output part is a personalized recommendation list of learning resources, which is represented to the target users in the form of a list. The recommendation based on the user's basic attributes and the recommendation of ATCF shall go through 3 steps of data processing, recommendation algorithm calculation, and prediction resource score to generate the recommendation dataset as shown in Table 2. Chapter 2 Experimental Research and Analysis. Comparative experiment study. 5 categories with a relative uniform sample distribution and obvious category character were selected, including computer science and technology, literature, mathematics, history, sports, and so on. Among them, 60 articles in each category, a total of 300 texts, were used as experimental data. The configuration required for program operation experiment is shown in Table 3. Chapter 2.2 Research and Analysis of Experimental Results. The experimental results of recall comprehension between the traditional personalized recommendation technology of network teaching resource and the personalized recommendation technology of network technology resource based on ant colony algorithm are shown in Figure 1. According to the comparison experiment results of recall in Figure 1, the recall rate of personalized recommendation technology of network teaching resource based on ant colony algorithm is higher than that of personalized recommendation technology based on coordination filtering technology and personalized service model. Chapter 3 Conclusion. The personalized recommendation technology of network teaching resources based on ant colony algorithm can solve the problem of users' difficulty in finding the needed teaching resource and the low utilization rate of teaching resources to some extent, and realize personalized active recommendation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here to introduce the research. The title is Research on 3D Printing and its Application in CAD Teaching. Firstly is the introduction. 3D printing is a kind of rapid prototyping technology, also known as additive manufacturing. It is a technology based on the digital model field, which uses adhesive materials such as powder, metal, or plastic to constructive objects by layer printing. The advantages of 3D printing are to save new raw materials and realize costumed manufacturing, which is an optimal technology to realize green manufacturing. 3D printing is usually realized by digital material printer. It is often used in mod manufacturing, industrial design, and other fields to make models and then gradually used in the direct manufacturing of some products. There are already parts printed with this technology. The technology has application in bionics, biomedical and medical science, engineering and constructions, jewelry, footwear, industrial design, architecture, automotive, aerospace, education, geography information system, civil engineering, firearms, and other fields. Computer aided design courses is the pre-work for manufacturing and printing. The necessary model show is helpful for the design work. So, combining 3D printing with CAD courses is a novel teaching method to help teaching and learning work go on smoothly. Next, I will introduce 3D printing technology. 3D printing technology is a rapid prototyping technology, which includes make adhesive materials into a three-dimensional physical object layer by layer by 3D printer. It is mainly based on the digital model fields and the special adhesive materials are mainly powder metal, wax materials, plastic, and so on. The main principle of this technology is to put the date, information, and raw materials into the printer through the computer technology. The printer prints the products layer by layer according to a program set by the computer system, and finally presents a three-dimensional physical object. 3D printing technology has characteristics of simple operation and convenience, through which objects can be displayed more intuitively, vividly, and physically, which is also more convenient for 3D printing technology than traditional manufacturing technology. With the continuous development of science and technology, the level of 3D printing technology is more and more widely used. For example, it plays an important role in mechanical manufacturing, industrial design, architecture, biomedicine, and other fields. Compared with traditional printing method, 3D printing technology has the characteristics of high operation coefficient, cost saving, high production flexibility, and automation. Since 3D printing technology has so many advantages and characteristics, it's deeply considered and valued by experts and industrials in society. Ordinary printers used in daily life can print plain objects designed by computers. The so-called 3D printers and ordinary printer work on the same principle, but the printing materials are different. The printing materials of ordinary printers are ink and paper, while 3D printers are equipped with different printing materials, such as metal, plastics, sand, etc., which are real raw materials. After the printer is connected to the computer, the printing materials can be stacked layer by layer through their computer control, and finally, the blueprint on the computer can be turned into a real object. There are many different technologies for 3D printing. They differ in the way that the materials are valuable and parts are created with different layers of construction. Commonly used materials for 3D printing includes nylon, glass fiber material, stainless steel, silver plating, gold plating, and rubber materials. The advantages of 3D printing technology is the directing manufacturing, which could take out the date from computer and manufacture the parts directly at once. In some aspects, direct printing can not only improve the efficiency, but also reduce the cost. Replacing the traditional teaching methods, the methods combining in teaching and the effects are introduced in the following. Integrating 3D printing into mechanical design competition is an effective means to promote teaching effects. In order to enhance the innovation consciousness of students and cultivate their practical ability. The school strives to create conditions to support students to participate in all kinds of design competition. In the competition of mechanical design, it is also necessary to process some parts. The cost of parts processed by traditional turning, milling, drilling, and other methods is relatively high, and the processing time is relatively long. Using 3D printing technology to design those parts is not only cheap and time-saving, but also can improve the competitiveness of the work, reduce the harm of mechanical tools for people, and stimulate the enthusiasm of students to participating in the competition. Taking 3D printing technology as a new means of classroom teaching, teachers have mastered the construction method of simple model and the basic use method of 3D printer. Combined with the inquiry teaching method, students can experience the fun of learning by doing more excitedly, which is conducive to stimulating students' enthusiasm and innovative thinking. Improve students' subject initiative in learning. The introduction of 3D printing technology into the classroom can enrich teaching method and present abstract concepts, virtual models, and designs in the form of materialization in front of students. It can bring strong sense of visual impact and reality, stimulate students' interest in learning and enthusiasm for practice, and improve their enthusiasm for learning and make them more active in learning. Expand students' innovative thinking. 3D printing not only solves the disadvantages of traditional teaching, but also enriches students' version and exercise their three-dimensional thinking. This is not only helpful to improve the teaching efficiency of teachers and students' learning efficiency, but also an important link to expand the development of students' innovation ability, which is of positive significance to the cultivation of innovative talents. Improve teaching quality. According to the needs of teaching, we can set up teaching model resource base. The practical problems in teaching can be solved by designing teaching content or modifying model printing. With the help of new technology, the quality of teaching and the ability of students' technical innovation could be improved. Concluded from all above, we can summarize lacking the following. 3D printing is a novel manufacturing technology which could transform the data in computer to the real object layer by 3D printers. The development of 3D printing technology is started. So, the material for printing is summarized. applying the 3D printing technology in teaching is meaningful. So, combining 3D printing into design courses and mechanical design competition are studied for teaching. The application could improve the students' active in learning, expand students' innovative thinking, and improve teaching quality. The teaching application of 3D printing technology deserves further study and discussion. With the development of technology and the expand of new teaching ways, we can predict that 3D printer technology is common in the teaching in the future. That's all. Thank you for your listening.
Hello, my name is Liu Ji from the Art College of Anhui Polytechnic University. I'm very glad to be able to attend this academic conference. Today, my thesis topic is research on the application of blockchain technology in intrinsic cultural heritage, creative design, and teaching, which is divided into 5 parts. Abstract: the current situation of intangible culture, heritage, creative design, and teaching in Anhui Province. Concept and characteristics of blockchain. The application of blockchain technology in intangible culture, heritage, creative design, and teaching. The practical challenge of applying blockchain technology to intangible culture, heritage, creative design, and teaching. First of all, at present, the intangible culture, heritage, and creative design and education in Anhui Province are also facing the old teaching mode and the disconnection of the times. The education centralism hindering the culture and creative design to be popular, lifelong and design teaching management. The system can not meet the problems of cross-regional learning and certification. So new technology is needed to change these disadvantages. Blockchain has the technical characteristic of information temporability, decentralization and distribution, privacy and supervision, smart contract, and so on, which can effectively optimize and solve the problems in the design and teaching of intangible culture, heritage, cultural innovation in Anhui Province. Second, traditional intangible culture, heritage, creative design classroom based on fixed location and fixed time, which implies considerable time and transportation costs, has become a very expensive and relatively efficient way of knowledge dissemination. The conventional design education has lagged behind the development of the times and has serious differences with the new development concept of modern education, which makes the reform and progress of intangible culture, heritage, creative design education difficult. The focus of teaching is on textbooks and teaching seats in schools or classrooms, which makes the inspiration and the concept of design with the spirit of the times and futurism lose its ground. In Anhui Province and even in China, a large number of design education resources are placed in the closed field, such as the school. It is difficult for people who are separated from the student status to have the opportunity to understand and learn intangible cultural heritage knowledge again. The traditional education mode is difficult for most people to have the same right to education, which makes the field of design lifelong learning narrow. However, learning experience can hardly be a powerful proof for students to prove their learning skills, knowledge literacy, and teaching results, because traditional educational institutions lack effective methods, resources, and abilities to verify learners' knowledge, skills, and results. And it is also difficult to manage and certify learners' learning activities, processes, and results. This situation makes the learning experience and achievements of cross-regional teaching personnel greatly discounted in the interview of enterprises and government departments and weakens their competitiveness in employment and work. The third part summarizes the blockchain technology and introduces its main features. Users jointly maintain the security of data in the Internet to ensure that it cannot be tampered with. Once the information is verified and added to the blockchain, it will be permanently stored. Unless more than 51% of the nodes in the system can be controlled at the same time, the modification of the database on a single node is invalid. so the data stability and reliability of the blockchain are very high. What we need to pay attention to here is that distributor is to go to the physical center, not to the management center. For example, when a large number of transactions are carried out at the same time, the decentralized processing method will save resources, make the transaction autonomous and simple, and avoid the risk of being controlled by the centralized agent. From the perspective of the current practice or construction chain, the two seemingly contradictory points of privacy and supervision can be integrated because the exchange between nodes follows a fixed algorithm. The program rules in the blockchain will determine whether the activity is valid or not, so that interaction does not need trust, so the two sides of the transaction can generate mutual trust without disclosing their identities. It can realize the legal application based on the blockchain construct rules, and the top-level governance node can formulate the smart contract. A smart contract is a contract written by code and will automatically execute the contract signed by both parties in the contract when the conditions are met. Smart contracts are widely used in many fields. Fourth part is the application of blockchain technology in intangible cultural heritage, creative design, and teaching. We can develop corresponding intangible cultural heritage, creative teaching resources, and construction structure system through blockchain technology. Connect intangible cultural heritage masters and intangible cultural heritage protection platform, and update corresponding teaching information and content online in real time. Teachers and students, enterprises, and institutions can download the resources as learning reference and design materials, as well as upload their own works, design inspiration, and learning information, so as to improve the learning resources management structure, enrich the classroom content and teaching form, and also stimulate students' learning creativity and attention. Colleges and universities can fully integrate the data management of students' personal electronic status with blockchain technology. In the school, data and information technology are used to record the students' non-cultural heritage elective subjects, course scores, participating practices, and so on. As data blocks and the students' learning status and learning achievements are recorded through the blockchain technology, with the status, with the students' practice inspection, learning experience, and design activities. Each corresponding education blockchain will continue to increase on the block and system and will not be deleted. Besides, it becomes the learning mark of following students for life. The teaching evaluation based on a blockchain technology can be transformed into the certification of students' learning achievements, and the corresponding feedback of students' learning effect can help the curriculum system to find the shortcomings and further improve. In the data layer architecture of the double-layer chain, the main chain information is generated into the information in the subchain block. The data stored in the block mainly includes course name, design practice project, course weight, and other subjects. Besides, it also includes the qualification conditions for graduation requirements as one of the valuation bases, and the design course learning as the output value of the result learning. It is determined by comprehensive evaluation of students' learning achievement, learning process, and learning evidence through quantitative and qualitative methods. In this way, the traditional evaluation based on achievement and credit can become the evaluation based on the ability and the index required for graduation. At the same time, the consensus mechanism ensures the persuasiveness of the assessment results because the assessment is no longer limited to the subjective will of teachers. Blockchain technology can help learners form their own design learning path through different types of smart contracts. For example, some students are interested in traditional handicraft culture creative design. Some students are fascinated by calligraphy and painting culture creative design, and the innovation of blockchain technology enables students to clearly find their own professional knowledge and learning interest. At the same time, it is also helpful for teachers to guide students' learning so as to find the design path planning suitable for students themselves and realize the tracking of students' learning process and for the learning motivation. In the traditional teaching management, teachers need to record the students' classroom performance and fill it in the students' paper fields, and then regularly organize the fields, analyze the students' learning situation, and develop personalized teaching strategies. This method not only increases the teacher's workload, but also can feedback students' learning changes in time, which makes teachers and students unable to interact effectively. Blockchain technology can make up for these deficiencies of teaching management through technical means. The data information of students' personal electronic student status and blockchain management and technology are fully integrated to create an efficient and easy to manage education management platform. For a fifth part is the practical challenge of applying blockchain technology to intangible cultural heritage, creative design, and teaching. At this stage, the operation teaching technology is complex and the information is easy to leak. Although blockchain technology has many advantages in intangible cultural heritage, creative design, and education, its specific operation method is not easy to learn. Many design measures may not be able to easily understand and learn the corresponding field download and upload methods, which creates many obstacles for students' autonomous learning. For colleges and universities, many teachers in charge of students' information management need training and ability certification before they can take up their posts. Secondly, due to the need for openness and transparency of user information, many teachers and students will have concerns about whether personal identity information will be disclosed. For example, many harassed phones, SMS, and emails steal personal information through network technology, which leads to the need for optimizing the security management of blockchain technology. There may be some phenomena such as content falsification, score cheating, and input error when the information is filled manually. Once the data is filled, it cannot be modified, which increases the use risk of blockchain, and the change of one data may change the corresponding block. At the same time, different operating systems are not compatible with the software platform, which makes it difficult to upload and download data, makes it more difficult for different entities in the blockchain to work together, and affects the overall application relationship. Education is not to focus on improve the economic interests of the school, but to pay more attention to how to train students to meet the needs of social development of high-quality cultural and creative design talents. This is determined by the cultivation of talents with innovative thinking, the cultivation of students' practical ability, and the cultivation of students' team spirit of design education. Therefore, it is required that relevant staff should innovate and optimize the blockchain technology operation methods to better meet the needs of design education for technology, aiming at some unreasonable safety problems and technologies. Technical structure should be reformed and innovated. Okay, thank you for listening. And thank you again for the invitation of the organizing committee.
Hello everyone, my name is Manli Tian. I'm from Chongqing Vocational College of Transportation, Chongqing, China. Today I will talk about the application of BIM in the course of subgrade construction technology. It will contain the three parts. The first, design of teaching method for subgrade construction technology course. The part 2, course analysis. Part 3, concluding remarks. In the first part, it will talk about the three parts: making the teaching implementation plan, establishing a teaching model, realization of courses. In the making the teaching implementation plan the training of nuclear application ability based on BIM technology for subgrade construction technology course. Construction drawing reading. As one of the main tasks of the subgrade construction technology course is to train students' ability to read construction drawings. Only after reading the construction drawings can they understand the structure of the construction drawings accurately, and then they can guide the site construction according to the construction drawings and accurately convert the drawings and construction engineering in kind. Combined with the interpretation of German action-oriented teaching method according to the actual and objective construction tool on the institute. In the implementation of the bridge construction teaching reform organization, our overall plan is based on the construction drawing reading ability and construction ability training ideas. First, members of subgrade construction technology course reform team are familiar with a set of typical subgrade drawings, followed the learning rules from simple to complex and from single to holistic, and use the development and training project of the complete construction drawing in use. Second, based on the familiar drawings and the ability to establish subgrade model, train students to learn to use Revit and other model software so that students can skillfully view the established model and drawings at the same time. and carry out comparative analysis, so that students gradually have the ability to accurately create the three-dimensional beam drawing according to the construction drawing, and can achieve in the training process global of proficiency. Third, according to the needs of specific teaching situation, after each big situation is complete, select a construction detail of a typical drawing to guide students to use Revit to accurately build the solid model of each component of the bridge according to the size. In the course Subgrade technology, some teaching situations are repeated in the teaching practice, so as to improve students' reading ability of construction drawing. Part 2. Establishing a teaching model. The specific implementation steps of a teaching model of subgrade construction technology course are as follows. Step 1. Determine teaching objects. Step 2. Motivate learning. Step 3. Let students recall what they have in mind. Step 4. Guide students' self-study ability. Step 5. Self-study examination. Step 6. Organize discussions. Step 7. Key lectures by teachers. In the second part, in the third part, the realization of courses. According to the three-level structure of teaching model, the realization of subgrade construction technology course teaching also presents three-level accessory structure. Mentally three. The first loop is to attractive students' attention, inform students of learning goals, represent stimulation materials, provide learning guidance, lead basic exercise questions, provide homework-specific feedback, evaluate homework, teacher summary, and evaluate students' knowledge and skill. The second loop is to attract attention, inform students' objects, reference stimulus material, provide learning guidance, lead out ability improvement exercises, provide correct feedback on assignments, evaluate assignments, teacher's summary, evaluate students' process and methods. The third loop is to draw attention, inform students of goal, represent simulation material, provide study guidance, lead inquiry and exploration exercise, provide correct feedback from assignments, evaluate assignments, teacher summary, and evaluate students' attitude and values. The teaching implement process of subgrade technology is shown in the figure. The implementation step of roadbed construction technology courses are as follows. Step 1. Attract attention. Step 2. Inform students of goals. Step 3. Represent stimulus material. Step 4. Provide learning guidance. Step 5. Elicit a practice question. Step 6. Provide correct feedback on the job. Step 7. Teacher's assessment and assignment. Step 8. Teacher summary and evaluation. In part 2 is course analysis. 3 teachers lead a pilot class and an ordinary class, each with about 45 students. At the end of semester, through the corrective analysis of the final exam results, the traditional subgrade construction technology course teaching method and the beam-based subgrade construction technology course teaching method were used to collect the experimental classes and non-experimental classes from the average score and the question type score from the analysis. According to the arrangement of pilot project, the corrected final score data and students are stored out and the following result are obtained as the figure 2. It can be seen that the average score of the subgrade construction technology courses in the pilot classes are 40.8 points, higher than those in the non-pilot classes, which is 24.2%, higher than that the same period last year. In addition, from the perspective of question type, there is no significant difference between the scores of black filling question in the pilot class and the non-pilot class. The average score of sample question in the pilot class is 7.9 points higher than that in the non-pilot classes, 32.1% higher than that in the same period last year, and the average score of map rereading questions in the pilot class is 11.2 points higher than that in the non-pilot class, 46.3% higher than that in the same period last year. And it can be seen in the figure 3 that the average score of the subgrade construction technology courses from 2014 pilot class are 22.1 points higher than that the non-pilot classes, 33.4% higher than the same period last year, and 11 percentage point higher than that in the 2013 class. The score of field in the black question in the 2004 classes class and the non-pilot class are not much different from those in 2013 class. The average score of the case question in the 2014 pilot class is 11.9 points higher than that of the non-pilot class, which is 15.7% higher than that of the previous year, and 20 higher than that of 2003 multiple percentage points. The average score of the picture recognition questions from the 2014 pilot class were 13.3 points higher than that of the non-pilot class, which was 52.8% higher than the same period of the previous year, which was 2% points higher than that in the 2013 class. The main task is to fill the blank. Their main assignments contents relying on memory. The application of BIM technology is not obvious to improve students' memory content, but the average score of class analysis question and map reading question are obviously improved, especially map reading question. It can be seen from figure 4 and figure 5 that compared with 2014 and 2013, the performance improvement of 2013 and 2014 non-pilot classes is very limited, and the improvement of teaching effect is not obvious. However, the score of 2013 and 2014 pilot class increased significantly, especially the score of map and case questions in 2014 pilot class increased significantly. This shows that in the application of BIM technology in the teaching process of subgrade construction technology courses due to the improvement of teachers' ability, the continuous improvement of teaching material and teaching design, and the continuous improvement and updating of teaching equipment, students can significantly improve the students' ability to learn, further enhance the students' ability to identify drawings and the preparation and improvement of construction plans, improve their cognition and understanding, and improve the efficiency and the efficiency of learning. The last part is about the conclusion remarks. This paper studies the application of BIM in the course of subgrade construction technology. After several years of reform in the course of subgrade construction technology, certain results have been achieved. How to enrich the core of course teaching, fundamentally improve the students' core computation in construction drawing reading, and enhance students' knowledge level and ability level. The three-dimensional modeling of the whole bridge is carried out by Revit, Dassault, and other software. The two-dimensional drawings are transformed into three-dimensional entirely. The complex subgrade structure is three-dimensional and visualized. The process logic problems are simplified and clear. The problems of construction drawing reading in the teaching process. The inspection of construction process understanding effect and the teaching effect are difficult to grasp, solved, and the teaching effect is achieved through the pilot. However, the requirements of teaching environment and teaching equipment are very high, and the investment in teaching is relatively large. In the process of promotion, each college should consider the use of combination with actual conditions.
Hello everyone. I'm here to introduce the research of the integrated design of industrial university research application cultivation based on the course of Mechanical Design Foundation in Hale Vocational College. Firstly, let's have a detailed introduction to you. Mechanical Design Foundation is a professional basic course of most engineering courses in Hale vocational colleges. It is boring and obscure, and few people are good at it. At present, this course is only at the teaching level in many higher vocational colleges, which means that theoretically teaching and experiment have little formal innovation and application expansion. Therefore, it has far from fully planned its role in supporting the foundation of the major. This paper starts from teaching scientific research, social services, and cultural inheritance of health vocation colleges, combines with the actual situation of Beijing Polytechnic, deepens the cooperation between college and enterprise, integrates industrial and education, expands and reforms content, form and application of the original course of mechanical design foundation to a great extent, faces different audience in the society, considers action-oriented as the main teaching form, develops the three-dimensional course system of innovation and application of mechanical design, forms the overall advancement routine of non-standard mechanical product design as shown in Figure 1, and integrate cultural innovation, competition, enterprise, scientific, research, promotion, and other elements in the process of advancement. Thus, building the industrial university research practice cultivation architecture of mechanical innovation and application design, and giving full play to the strong supporting role to the course of mechanical design foundation in enlightening vocational education, innovating entrepreneurship education, guiding career, and improving scientific research ability. So, first, break the discipline framework and define the knowledge ability content with the project at the career. We should break the original subject knowledge system framework of mechanical design foundation and integrate the content according to the project approach. Each project takes practical activities at the main line, and the amount and difficulty of project design content depend on their existing knowledge structure and internal demand of overall learning, focusing on their improvement of comprehensive quality. Each project in their course is composed of several tasks. Each task organically combines relevant knowledge and practical process, and strives to embody the teaching philosophy of learning by practicing and practicing by learning. The selection of project content centers on practical application and cultivates students' practical ability, innovation ability, independent learning ability, and practical working ability to solve problems. Students should select a motto with speed. Second, build a multi-level and three-dimensional course mental system for social needs. For enthusiasts of mechanical design among teenagers, professional enlightenment education of primary and secondary school students, demands of theory practice, integration, and mechanical design for students of higher vocational college and enthusiasts, users, developers of mechanical innovation design in the society. According to the prior knowledge and cognitive law of audience, a set of mechanical innovation design course which adapted to elementary school, junior high school, vocational college, college competition, and developed and application, and have moderate, difficult, and progressive levels are developed. In each course, a model number of projects are designed. The distribution of knowledge points and difficulty of different levels of course will continue to increase, so as to build a three-dimensional course system with wide knowledge and skills and deep levels. Third, break through the time and the space of classroom and create a MOOC resource library. Students can focus attention for only 10 minutes on average. According to this rule, the original traditional paradigm of 45 minutes for each class is broken. Each task in the project is a small unit. The MOOC video not longer than 10 minutes is designed. The MOOC resource library with different levels of course and modules is established, and the function of social interaction between teachers and students and learners is provided, such as online discussion board, so that learners can communicate about and share learning resources online. MOOC for primary and secondary school students and social workers mainly adopt the mode of independent learning, while MOOC for vocational college students mainly adopt the mode of flipped classroom, which means that watching of course teaching video is arranged by students independently after class, while in class the teacher answers questions and pupils communicate and discuss with each other. Fourth, construct the intelligent interconnection between teachers, students, and teaching resource by means of information. In order to promote the ubiquitous learning of the course of Mechanical Design Foundation, an app based on mobile terminals is developed to facilitate teachers and students to access course resources. eLEOT is developed by setting QR codes in textbooks and devices. The interconnection between teaching information resources such as textbooks and devices is established. Based on their exciting VR and AR technology platforms, the latest equipment of technology frontier are integrated. Students can experience the interest and charm of high-end mechanical design products through virtual space. At the same time, an online learning evaluation system is established to record students' online learning status and learning effect. A comprehensive evaluation and comparative analysis are made on students' learning process on a regular basis, and learning suggestions are given to help students acquire knowledge and skills of mechanical design faster and better. Reform their teaching mode and explore the form of promoting learning. The concept of that class must be in the classroom is reformed, and the classroom constraints are broken according to their learning situation and personality characteristics. Students could be divided into ordinary competition and scientific research types. The final result of the competition and scientific research will be regarded as a new teaching case. 7. Promote innovation and entrepreneurship education and build a platform for innovation design and product promotion. A mechanical innovation and design organization is set up. The selection and cultivation mechanism of members of the organism is improved. An innovation and entrepreneurship base for mechanical products. Innovation and design is established. Through the mechanical innovation design, the standardism of development of mechanical and electrical products and parts. At the same time, product programs will also be developed and placed into MOOC as a new teaching or cultivating case. We can see they lack the figure 3. In short, this paper explores and reforms from building a multi-level and 3-dimension course, creating MOOC resources library, building the smart interconnection among teachers, students, and teaching resources, integrating many standards for new and craftsman spirit, in exploring to promote learning with competition and help with learning with research, and building an innovation design and product promotion platform. The Industrial University Research Application Cultivation Architecture of Mechanical Innovation Application Design was set up, a solid foundation for further deepening the cooperation between college and enterprise was laid.
Hello everyone, my name is Li Yuan. I'm from Anhui Polytechnic University. The title of this paper is Empirical Research on the Design Talents Cultivation of Sino-foreign Cooperative Education Project in Local Engineering Universities. The contents is divided into 5 parts: abstract, introduction, background and problems, empirical research, and conclusion. Abstract. At present, China's higher education has dipped into a deepening stage of international development. As a main force to provide high-quality international applied talents for serving the local economic construction, it is trained for local engineering universities to set up and implement Sino-foreign cooperative education projects that meet their school-running positioning and professional characteristics. Taking the undergraduate education project of visual communication design jointly held by Anhui Polytechnic University and Bridgeport University as an example. This paper analyzes the experience, practice, existing problems, and countermeasures of the project in the training mode of international applied innovative talents in design, and summarizes the current talents cultivation achievements of the project. It provides beneficial exploration and concrete practice for the talents cultivation of design Sino-foreign cooperative education projects in local engineering universities. Introduction. At present, China's higher education, under the guidance of countries in deep promotion of education internationalization strategy, has shown a more and more open attitude and has been deeply practiced in many fields. Meanwhile, internationalization, application, and innovation have become the demand standard for talents in the international community under the background of economic globalization. The implementation of Sino-foreign cooperative education projects are based on the introduction of foreign high-quality education resources, the cultivation of international application-oriented innovative talents as a foundation, and provide a solid and powerful talent guarantee for the country in the fourth international competition in the future. Background and problems. The undergraduate education project of visual communication design is the first Sino-foreign cooperative education project approved by the Department of Education of Anhui Province. The project structure layout needs further scientific and effective integration. Firstly, the introduction of international education resources still needs to be strengthened. Secondly, design personality development courses and independent innovation courses need to be enhanced. Thirdly, the characteristics of Sino-foreign cooperative education determine that its talent cultivation mode, teaching process and management mode are different from those of other measures. In short, there are great differences in living habits, teaching methods, and concepts between China and foreign countries. Therefore, both domestic and foreign teaching need to integrate and improve, learn from each other, and make students adapt to different teaching modes more quickly. Empirical research. As one of the few local engineering universities in Anhui Province, Anhui Polytechnic University undertakes the task of delivering a large number of high-quality international applied talents and serving the local economic construction. Therefore, the current situation and its own responsibilities and positioning require the universities vigorously introduce foreign high-quality education resources, develop and implement a batch of high-quality and high-level Sino-foreign cooperative education projects. Through all-round international cooperation and exchange, we can improve the level of education, teaching and management, cultivate more high-quality international applied talents, and better serve the local economic and social development. In order to further promote the international exchange and cooperation in education of Anhui Polytechnic University, and further implement the open school running strategy of Anhui Polytechnic University, Anhui Polytechnic University, after a long-term in-depth research and multiple rounds of dialogue and exchange with the University of Bridgeport in the United States, Anhui Polytechnic University has successfully implemented the undergraduate education project of visual communication design in cooperation with the University of Bridgeport. Firstly, cultivation model framework. In terms of Thailand's cultivation framework, the project mode advocates to cultivate specialized talents with international design cultural vision, understanding Chinese design culture characteristics, adapting to the design requirements of the digital era, and integrating traditional design skills and modern digital media application technology. On the one hand, through domestic education, improve students' understanding of traditional art and culture and carry out training of contemporary design thinking. On the other hand, through overseas study, broaden students' horizons, promote students to understand the latest achievements and development information of art design at home and abroad, enhance students' cross-cultural communication ability, and pay attention to the acquisition of design innovation ability and scientific research ability. Secondly, operation management. In order to give full play to its greatest advantages, the project takes 2+2 as the school running form. That is, the first stage courses recognized by both parties in the education and teaching plan and will be implemented by Anhui Polytechnic University, and the students who have completed the required credits and meet the requirements of English level will enter the second stage courses of Bridgeport University in the third year. Secondly, operation management. To build an international application-oriented curriculum system that conforms to the characteristics and reality of art majors is the key of international application-oriented talents cultivation mode of art majors. This mode will build a scientific and effective international application-oriented curriculum system that integrates general education, language skills, comprehensive literacy, professional knowledge, practical training, and other modes. Secondly, operation management. Diversity and pertinence of introducing high-quality resources. In addition to the above-mentioned integration of domestic and foreign curriculum systems, the introduced diversity also includes the reference of educational concepts in foreign countries, the introduction of foreign original textbooks, the recruitment of foreign teachers, the promotion of international MOOCs, and the application of international teaching methods, and so on. Meanwhile, Anhui Polytechnic universities pay attention to the key role of the construction of international teaching staff in the talent cultivation of the project. And now, Anhui Polytechnic University has a design art research base jointly established with Sejong University in South Korea and a teacher's studio jointly established with Bridgeport University in the United States. Thirdly, countermeasures and suggestions. In order to effectively deal with the deviation between the original plan and the structural layout and the actual operation process, the project should formally establish a real-time monitoring operation mechanism. In addition, in view of the advantages that local engineering universities have in close contact with local economy and society, the project should make full use of and actively mobilize social forces, contact and introduce high-quality international resources of local society, and jointly build a resource-sharing platform on the basis of ensuring the quality of teaching, in order to better promote the acquisition of innovation ability in the cultivation of design talents. The project will creatively innovate in the content and form of the course. Meanwhile, in view of the dynamic operation of the project, it needs to control the whole process and pay close attention to the growth and development of students and the process of talent cultivation. Fourth, achievements in talent cultivation. Firstly, the impact of project is constantly expanding. In the questionnaire of students' comprehensive situation, students have a high degree of recognition for it, and it is generally believed that the integrated training problem and curriculum system design between China and the United States are reasonable. Secondly, through the data analysis collected by the questionnaire, the professional level of students has been scientifically improved, which is highly prized for the introduction of American teachers to teach courses and their teaching method. And at the same time, the self-confidence of students has been enhanced. The self-evaluation and analysis are objective and accurate, and the students can be aware of their strengths and weakness, and have specific ideas and plans for further personal development. Thirdly, the best mode of talent cultivation for design Sino-foreign cooperative education projects is to bring students a wide range of feelings, contexts, participation, experience, and involvement in international design, cutting edge and design fashion. To bring students excellent and innovative design ideas and design practice of a broad international platform. Through the introduction of rich international high-quality resources and the construction of domestic and foreign skill practice platform and social application platform, students' social performance and comprehensive ability are significantly enhanced. Conclusion. At present, the implementation of international cooperative education has become an important means of internationalization of higher education. Anhui Polytechnic University Visual Communication Design Sino-US Cooperation Undergraduate Education Project actively implements the National Education Internationalization Development Strategy around the national policy goal, orientation, and the local economic demand. Constructs the international application-oriented innovative talents cultivation mode in line with the school-running orientation of the local engineering university and the actual development of design measures, and cultivation and introduction of international teachers, and creation of the diversified exchange platform and practice base for the international design culture. It provides beneficial exploration and specific practice for the talents cultivation of Sino-foreign cooperative education project in local engineering universities. Thanks for your listening.
Hello everyone, thanks for watching this video. My name is He Xuping. I am a student of Hunan Normal University. Today, I'm going to talk about our work, research on educational data mean based on big data. I will talk about our work from the 4 points. The first one, I will talk about the EDM. I will introduction the EDM. The next, I will research the overviews. Then, I will show some recent research progress. And next, I will summary and outlook about EDM. As we can see these pictures, educational data means is a cross-disciplinary technology involving these 3 parts about computer science, educational, and statistics. The intersection of these 3 areas also form their sub-areas closely related to EDM, such as a computer-based education, DM, and machine learning, and learning analytics. Educational data mean is a comprehensive use of mathematical statistics, machine learning, and data mean techniques, and math to process, analyze education big data. Through data model, we can find the correlation between learners and the learning result, and the learning context, learning resource, teacher behavior, and other factors, and predict learners' future learning trend. In recent years, with the development of a large number of educational applications such as an online education platform, social software, mobile phones, and all, which provide a large number of applications and data for the research of education data mean. The important report of promoting education and learning through education data mean and learning analysis, issued by the U.S. government in 2012, has triggered a upsurge of application research in the field of big data education. A large number of researches on education data mean and learning analysis, data-driven educational decisions making, large-scale personalized education, adaptive learning system, and prediction-based teaching in the region have been carried out. Now, we can know educational data mean is in the context of big data has become a new research hotspot. In recent years, educational data mining has some new features. Educational big data mining is a new sub-direction of traditional education data mining. The traditional ADM, because of the less source of education data at that time, generally came from questionnaire and information management software. The mining method is relatively simple and play a very limited role in promoting the development of education. Unlike traditional education data, education big data actually covers all records related to education. Due to the large amount of data, have divided tribe, strong community, and low very density of educational big data. The traditional mining algorithm behind the big data analysis technology in exercise efficiency, analysis accuracy, promoting heterogeneous, unbalanced data, and so on, which can no longer meet the mining needs. In addition, the mining method has also changed from a single statistical analysis to the use of regionalized big data mining, such as clustering, regression, text mining, and deep learning network, and has developed into education big data mining. Education big data mining can discover the essence of education problem more effective, and then promote the development of intelligent education. As we can see these pictures, since 2005, there has been 1,421 papers published by ADM. Before 2008, the numbers of papers published by ADM research was relatively small. Since 2008, the number of papers published has increased gradually. Especially in recent years, the first International Education Data Mining Conference held in Montreal, Canada material in 2008 attracted the attention of researchers. In 2012, the United States Department of Education issued a Blue Book promoting teaching and learning through educational data mining and learn analysis, marking that EDM has been widely consensus. Since 2015, with advancement of area of big data, research has applied the new technology of EDM to online learning platforms such as MOOC and Intelligent Learning Network, and education big data mining has developed rapidly and become a research hotspot. The researchers in the field of ADM may include these three researchers. At present, the research work of scholars mainly focuses on these 2 points. The first one is Personalized learning survives application research based on recommendation and adaptation algorithm. The next one is learning behavior analysis and prediction based on a massive education domain. Traditional personalized learning service recommendation algorithm mainly include content-based recommendation algorithm, collaborative filtering recommendation algorithm, and hybrid recommendation algorithm. Among them, collaborative filtering recommendation algorithm are one of the most widely used recommendation algorithm at present. The traditional idea just can filtering by neighbor set, which consider that there are similarity between users who choose the same project. The traditional recommendation algorithm can solve the personalized learning recommendation problem when the data volume is small, but with the avoidance of information and the big data areas. In order to solve the recommendation problems under the background of large data volumes, researchers propose intelligence recommendation based on deep network, which is also a hotspot of personalized learning research under the background of big data. The main process of intelligent recommendation based on deep neural network is to continuously learn the characteristics of massive data and construct a model. Natural network can automatically correct the weight bid and other parameters through irrigation data to fit the better learning effect and ultimately improve the accuracy of recommendation. For example, Zhang and others put forward a long-short memory network. It's a kind of recurrent network. This network has better output the sequence prediction and is better than traditional combination network. The next research is on student dropout. Online dropout prediction research predicts whether students will insist on learning or drop out in the next week by analyzing the data of students' learning active logs on the platform. This research can help the students and the teachers know the reasons why students drop out and predict various single dropout for online education platforms to create the customized intervention strategy for learners. In recent years, research of MOOC dropout prediction may foster on two shortcomings classical learning algorithm. The first one is improvement of data preprocessing steps. Many include the processing of features ruler, making the processing of extremely unbalanced data. The second one is improvement of the prediction models, including model fashion or create the new models. For example, Sun Xia proposed a useful convolutional network. It can automatically extract useful features from students' behavior data. It solves the problem of manual features extractions in the past. As we can see the picture, we have to do some experiment to compare the student dropout prediction models. Among these models, the performance of SVM is slightly worse because the amount of data used in the experiments in this paper is large. SVM is not suitable for large sample data meaning, and this is better for small samples SVM calibration. When the amount of data is large, MLP performs better as the method of natural work. We show that natural work has superior performance in educational big data mining and are more in line with the current need of data mining in the context of big data. The overall prediction actually in the experiment is low. After analysis, the existing research and method has the following deficiencies. The first one is the use of big data cannot be used to improve the prediction accuracy, and the fine-grained features of students' behavior record is not well. The next one is neural network methods results can expand too poor. The third one, it cannot solve the common code start problem in a practical application scenarios. EDM research has made great progress, but there are still some deficiencies may reflect in 4 aspects. The first one is there is a little research on data processing technology in the data prepare stage. Only a few scholars put forward some improvement method. The second one is deep learning knowledge cannot make full use of big data to improve the prediction actually, and cannot make full use of the fine-grained characteristics of student behavior records. The third one is in the new teaching environment. There is less research on mining of teachers' education process. It only limited to the mining and the prediction of student learning behavior. However, teachers also play important roles in the process of education. The last one is there is a lack of open data set in the aspect of information sharing. The lack of data sharing is hinders the research of education data mining. We hope that because of our effort, the EDM will be more and more mature and more prosperous. Thanks for your watching. Thank you.
The title of my passage is Game Model of Regional Education and Economic Development Based on Association Rule-Mainly Algorithm. The first part is the introduction. At present, the regional economy is developing rapidly. The industrial structure adjustment and upgrading cover a wide range and great efforts, but the development of vocational education is relatively weak, and there are many problems, such as the inconsistency of the professional setting and the regional economic structure. The employment structure is not compatible with regional economic development. The traditional teaching model is inconsistent with social practice requirements. The layout structure of economic development is not compatible with the layout structure of higher vocational education, which is not conducive to the development of regional economic in the region. Since higher vocational education directly serves the industrial or local economic development, how to determine the direction and the scale of running a high vocational education based on social needs? How to set measures and determine the needs around the city's economic development needs and strategic development directly, talent training objectives and models have become the fundamental tasks for the development of higher vocational education in this region. It is particularly urgent to start and discuss the relationship between vocational education and economic development. The game model has been widely used in many fields due to its many advantages. However, the traditional game model for the development of the relationship between regional education and the economy has the disadvantage of slow analysis speed. Association rule-mainly algorithms can mine associations between different data from big data. Based on the above analysis, a game model of regional education and economic development based on association rule-mainly algorithm is proposed. The second part is research on the game model of regional education and economic development based on association rule-mainly algorithm. We will introduce it from the following four parts. The first subsection is regional education and economic data collection and processing. First, the relevant data is retrieved from the regional education and economic development database to realize the collection of regional education and economic data. After that, making preliminary processing on the above data, select the regional education and economic development index system, an index that reflects the development level of higher education. The development level of higher education is in a region can be reflected by several indicators, such as number of universities, number of students, burdens by each university teacher, and so on. The differences in these indicators can be used to compare the overall level of higher education development in various regions. The second subsection is defining the subject of regional education and economic development. Establish the regional economic development and regional education relations because the regional government plays an important role in regional education and economic development. Consider it into the relationship between the two and speculate based on the game through scientific calculation and evaluation to study regional college talent training and regional economic development trend. Assume the following: regional government G, regional economic E, regional university U. Now, E regional economic is guaranteed to supported by regional government G to apply for a talent program of 10,000 to regional university U to carry out the construction of local talent industry innovation incubation center. University, the turn on investment is R. According to the objective conditions of regional government, G, between regional economic E and regional university U, the following assumptions are made. The regional government has two kinds of behaviors: contract compliance and breach of contract. The probability of compliance is PG, and the probability of default is 1 plus PG. Therefore, at PG equal 1 o'clock, the regional government was very committed. And 3 years after constructions and operations of Talent Industry Innovation Incubation Center, the regional government actively urged the regional economic industry to increase the number of talents in regional universities. At PG equal 10 o'clock, the regional government completely defaulted, and the regional finance did not have the ability to support the regional economic E. They could only delay it, and the subsequent government continued to improve. Regional economic E has two types of behaviors: honesty and dishonesty. The probability of honesty is 1 minus PL, and the probability of dishonesty is 2 PL. Then PL equal 1, the regional economic loses trust, and the regional economic resorted to the regional government. At PL equal 10 o'clock, regional economic integrity with the support of regional governments and the help of regional finance absorbed talents from regional university U on time. Through the above, the establishment of the relationship between regional education and economic development is completed. The third subsection is association rule mining. After processing the data and making valent assumptions, the a priori algorithm is used to perform association rule mining. Let the number of fields of the regional education and economic data to be analyzed Bm, and the number of data table we call Bn. Decoritize the data into the form shown in Table 1. After some steps, algorithm is established to perform association rule mining. Though confidence use association rules to fully mine regional education and economic data. The fourth subsection is the gain of the relationship between regional education and economic development based on degree of coupling function. Use the association rule mining algorithm to fully mine regional education and economic development data. According to the above mentioned again, scenario, simulations, and hypothetical conditions, the utility of regional government compliance is UG1, and the utility of breeze is UG2, then their expressions are as follows. And we set the sequence parameters of higher education subsistence to V1 and the sequence parameters of regional economic subsistence to V2. The specific formula is as follows. At this point, the establishment of regional education and the economic development gain model based on association rule mining algorithms is complete. The third part is experiment. The first subsection is experimental procedure. Taking Jiangxi province as an example, a game model of regional education and economic development based on the association rule mining algorithm is used to study the relationship between education and economic development. Taking the date from 2006 to 2019 as the analysis object, the number of students in the vocational college in the region and the per capita GDP were used as indicators to measure the stage of education and economic development in the region. Based on the results, explore the relationship between the two. The situation of the two is shown in Table 2. The second subsection is analysis of results. As we can see from the Figure 1, from 2015 to 2019 as an example, using the traditional regional education and economic development GAN model, the time required to obtain the analysis results is more than 2 seconds. The development of the GAN model based on association rule mining algorithm analyze the stage of regional education and economic development, speeding up the analysis speed, and the required analysis time is about 0.5 to 0.6 seconds. Through comparison, it is found that the proposed regional education and economic development GAN model based on association rule mining algorithm can be obtained the analysis results more quickly. Figure 2 shows that the level of development of the regional economic higher education system in Jiangxi province from 2005 to 2017 has increased year by year. The degree of coupling is also maintained at a high level of about 0.99, but the level of the coupling coordination of the system is not satisfactory. The degree of coupling coordination between 2005 and 2007 was only about 0.2, which is in a state of moderate imbalance. The last part is policy suggestions for coordinated development of higher education and regional economy. According to the coupling analysis results in Figure 2, the coordinated development of higher education and regional economy needs to follow certain policies. First, we should increase fundings for higher education to promote the transformation of teaching and research results. Second, we should adjust the discipline and the professional structure, and local universities should actively adapt to the needs of economic and social development in Jiangxi province, meet the needs of knowledge, innovation, scientific and technological progress, and education development and plan rationally. Professionally, layout and development. Dynamic adjustment of measures to make the professional structure more reasonable, to optimize the professional layout, to provide space for the sustainable development of the profession, and to strive to achieve the structural balance between benign talent training and the demand for talents and the industry characteristics of a healthy interaction. In the end, special industries in Jiangxi province should be developed with characteristic industrial chains as a link to 4 clusters with certain competitiveness advantages and promote local economic development. And this is my reference. Thank you for your attention.
Curriculum quality system model of entrepreneurship and innovation education in vocational college across the Straits based on intranet Jia. With the rapid development of the Internet in the information age, entrepreneurship and innovation education courses have had a huge impact on the traditional teaching model of higher education. In order to make better use of the traditional effects of high-quality in education resources and meet the increasingly individualized learning needs of learners. Educational institutions at all levels in China have comprehensively carried out mixed teaching reforms of traditional course and entrepreneurial innovation education course. Many colleges and universities have established entrepreneurship and innovational education course center to independently develop entrepreneurship and innovational education case and carry out traditional digital work of teaching materials. There are also some well-known universities that cooperate with large MOOC platforms to introduce massive, high-quality entrepreneurial and innovative resources directly into traditional course. Since 2012, Undoubted, Coursera, and edX have provided hundreds of high-quality entrepreneurship and innovation education courses to registered learners from all over the world. China's Peking University, Tsinghua University, and other top universities also joined in 2013 and have established cooperative relationships with foreign entrepreneurship and innovation education curriculum platforms, sharing the independently develop entrepreneurial innovation education course on the platform. Improving the quality of entrepreneurship and innovation education in an issue that cannot be ignored in the development of higher education. At present, many colleges and universities have launched a wide range of Entrepreneurship and Innovation education course, and the number of students learning entrepreneurship and the innovation education course is increasing. However, many problems have been exposed in the development of entrepreneurship and innovation education course, which have not yet been effectively resolved. Research on the quality evaluation of entrepreneurial innovation education curriculum has become an urgent problem to be solved. At present, there are few empirical studies on the quality evolution of entrepreneurship and innovation education courses, and more is to explore the quality of entrepreneurship and innovation education courses from a macro level. And there is no analysis of the quality evolution of entrepreneurship and innovation education course from a mystical perspective by constructing an indicator system for the quality evolution of entrepreneurship innovation education courses. This paper conducted an empirical study on the quality of entrepreneurial innovation education course, collects and analyze relevant empirical data and provides effective empirical materials and method references for the study of the quality in evolution of entrepreneurial innovation education courses. High quality educational resources are the core value of entrepreneurship and innovation education courses. Answering the quality of courses in the foundation for the sustainable and health development of entrepreneurship and innovational education. Therefore, the evolution of the quality of entrepreneurship and innovational education course is an important first step to improve the quality. In order to effectively promote the popularization and internationalization of higher education, bring into play the radiation effect of large-scale entrepreneurship and innovation education courses, and from a new way of lifelong learning system. It is necessary to place the improvement of the quality of entrepreneurship and innovation education courses in an important strategic position. Abstract. In order to improve the quality of entrepreneurship and innovation education in vocational college and internet best model for the quality system of entrepreneurship and innovation education in cross Straits Vocational College is proposed to review the literature on entrepreneurship and innovation education courses, curriculum inversion, and quality evolution of entrepreneurship and innovation education courses, and to study the elements of entrepreneurship and innovation education course quality evolution to actuals in frequency factor of education quality, combined with network analytic hierarchical process, super decoration software calculates the weights coefficients of the quality evolution index system for education courses. Developer of distributes questionnaires for the evolution of course quality, connects relevant empirical data, and verify the scienticity of the questionnaire through reliability and validity tests. Based on the scoring results and the weight coefficients of the evolution index system, the key factor of affecting the quality of entrepreneur evolution education courses and derived. Based on the server data, descriptive static analysis of variance and Poisson's correlation coefficient method were used to verify the research hypothesis and valuable empirical results were obtained.
Innovation and Entrepreneurship education system of new engineering talents based on knowledge base. Abstract. Due to the poor performance of the traditional innovation and entrepreneurship education system for new engineering talents, the online examination system for innovation and entrepreneurship education and training for new engineering talents is optimized based on the knowledge base. Microsoft ASP.NET is used as the development tool, and the SQL Server is selected as the database platform of the system. 205 designed and implemented an intelligent test paper online examination system and discussed the design and the implementation process of typical modules. Furthermore, the traditional genetic algorithm is improved, and the mutation operator and hybrid operator in the genetic algorithm are optimized. Finally, the black box test method is used to test performance of the system, and the effectiveness of the application of the system is verified. Introduction. With the continuous reform and the development of China's education system, innovation and entrepreneurship education has become an important part of China's education system, and an indispensable part of China's future diversified education system development. In recent years, with the rapid expansion of the scale and quantity of many domestic educational institutions, extensive and centralized innovation and entrepreneurship examination has become a problem faced by many educational institutions. The organization and management of innovation and entrepreneurship education examination is very heavy because of the learning level, the diversification of learning mode, and the complexity of students. In addition, the innovation and entrepreneurship examination is a centralized organization mode in a short time, which brings heavy work burden to the organization and the personnel of innovation and entrepreneurship examination. The traditional mode of examination management has become more and more unable to meet the current management needs. It is more urgent to carry out online examination information and networking needs. With the rapid development of educational informatization in China, the innovation and entrepreneurship online examination mode has been widely used as a new assignment method, and the examination method in the actual teaching examination and gradually evolved into a hard field of research and application in the current education industry informatization construction. Based on the above reasons, this paper starts from the actual needs of innovation and entrepreneurship examination management, aiming at the current situation of innovation and entrepreneurship examination in China, analyzes the problems and shortcomings of the current innovation and entrepreneurship examination mode, and demonstrates the significance and the goal of the construction of the examination teaching system. Through in-depth analysis and exploration, this paper designs a solution of online examination system of innovation and entrepreneurship based on knowledge base, and on this basis, studies the online examination system of innovation and entrepreneurship. First of all, it analyzed the feasibility of online imagination system construction and makes a detailed demand analysis of innovation and entrepreneurship online examination system using a variety of software development technologies on the basis of clarifying the system design objectives. This paper analyzes and designs the functional modules, system modeling, system architecture, system input and output, system security, and system database of the innovation and entrepreneurship online examination system, and then constructs a multi-layer architecture, innovation, and entrepreneurship online examination system. On this basis of the system design, using the object-oriented software engineering design mode, the program of this system is developed. And finally, an online innovation and entrepreneurship examination system with perfect functions is developed and realized. The background on the innovation and the entrepreneurship education examination system is the operation interface for system administrators, teachers, marking personnel, etc., and the management of system paper information, marking, etc., is carried out in the background. In the terms of design, the innovation and entrepreneurship education examination system adopts the standard engineering design mode and uses the standard engineering design theory to design the functional framework of the system. The system can be divided into modules with independent functions to enhance the scalability of innovation and entrepreneurship education examination system. 1. Education and training online examination system. First, system hardware configuration. In order to discuss the design of the system, this paper draws the functional modules of the system by using the structural diagram of the functional modules. The online examination system of innovation and entrepreneurship education is divided into two parts. In the functional design, the back end is mainly designed into 4 functional blocks: system user management, examinee performance management, innovation and entrepreneurship education examination management, and innovation and entrepreneurship education exam management. New entrepreneurship education question bank on management function block. The function module structure of innovation and entrepreneurship education online examination system is shown in the figure. Figure 1. Function module structure of online examination system for innovation and entrepreneurship education, just on. The front desk of innovation and entrepreneurship education online examinee system is mainly designed for examinee services. As shown in the figure, administrators manage users in the background, and examinees register through the registration function provided by the system. And the front desk of the system is designed with the registration function. For the registration of the system, it is found in the preliminary research that there are really 3 requirements as follows. Some schools or educational institutions need candidates to register successfully according to 1 or 2 of ID card, student number, registration number, etc. That is, before candidates register, they need to verify and control the authenticity of the examination through the above-mentioned unique ID information to ensure that the validity of candidates' identity. Some schools or educational institutions do not need to provide registration function, but use the unique ID information such as student number to assign password to the corresponding examination in advance, and the examinee can directly log into the exam system for examination after getting the password. 3. Some schools or educational institutions need to control the entrance of examinees according to the examination permit before examinees enter the examination room of the examination system. After qualifying the examinees enter the corresponding seats, they can enter the examination permit number to effectively avoid the trouble caused by examinee registration. Even if the registration function is not designed in the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Education Examination System, the network system of the remote online Innovation and Entrepreneurship Education Examination also needs the registration function to control the security and the browsing authority of the system. The online examination system of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Education based on the knowledge base mode adopts the application mode based on the multi-layer system architecture and uses the multi-layer system structure based on the BS architecture mode and the knowledge-based environment to achieve. Multi-tier architecture can effectively separate the performance layer, generally business logic layer, core business logic layer, and the data layer, so as to ensure the scalability of the Innovation and the Entrepreneurship Education online examination system. The system layered architecture design is conducive to reducing the difficulty of development, making the program developers have their own responsibilities, clear division of labor, and multiplying the collaborative efficiency of system program development. At the same time, the use of layered design is conducive to reducing the coupling degree of the system, and because users can only access the database through the data access layer, reducing the entry point of data operation, many security risks of the system are shielded. The design system architecture is shown in the figure 2. Hierarchy of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Education System, Examination System. 5 layer. As can be seen from the figure, the online Innovation and Entrepreneurship Education Examination System is designed as a 4-tiered system architecture with each layer calling each other and progressing layer by layer, and finally realizing the operation of the database. The system's knowledge base UI layer provides a knowledge base service interface for examinees, examiners, and teachers, so that users can realize information interaction in the knowledge base environment only through the front-end client. Such a design effectively guarantees that the online examination system can carry out information interaction based on remote places and effectively meets the management business of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Education online examination based on knowledge-based environment. This module is the core of the system. Its basic functions include 3 parts: intelligent test paper, artificial test paper, and borrowing historical test paper. Among them, The manual test paper information method is to customize and output the test paper according to the basic needs of the operators, so as to meet the basic needs of the test paper makers. Genetic algorithm is a computational model simulating the natural selection and the genetic mechanism of Darwinian biological evolution. It is a method to search the optimal solution by simulating the natural evolution. Genetic algorithm starts from a population which represents the potential solution set of the problem, and the population consists of a certain number of individuals encoded by genes. Intelligent test paper generation mainly adopts the strategy based on genetic algorithm to set the basic constraints according to the basic needs of users, and then uses the strategy based on genetic algorithm to automatically extract questions from the test database, and finally generates and outputs the test papers that meet the requirements. 2. System software optimization. In the process of system users registering personal information, the main participants in the process are students. Only when students register personal information and pass the system verification can they participate in the system process of online examination system, such as students' online examination, query results, edit personal information, etc. When students register, they need to fill in some personal information, and the password also needs at least 6 digits. If the input information does not meet the requirements, the system will display a prompt message and then return to the registration paper and re-enter the information that meets the requirements. After the user registers correctly, the corresponding personal information is stored in the background database of the examination system, and the ID number obtained by the student is displayed in a fixed position on the page. The time sequence diagram of the student's personal information registration is drawn by the business process of the system. The class involved in the time sequence diagram of the student's registration is the student class. From the overall point of view of the online examination system, the student information registration is in the first part. Only after the student registration information is verified by the system can the system use normally for online examination. The system administrator can manage the student information through the high authority information management function, and then arrange the required examination questions for different candidates. The user registration model management sequence diagram is shown in the figure. Now this is the management sequence diagram of user registration module. Further seeing description based on the above figure. Step 1. Students enter the registration page. Step 2. Input the name, student number, email, password, and other information, and send the information to the system database. Step 3. The system verifies whether the input information format and the other aspects meet the requirements. Step 4. Return basic information. Step 5. Insert the user information into the corresponding table in the database without the user information. Step 6. Send the information to the database for saving. Step 7. display the user's ID number in a fixed position on the paper and prompt for successful registration. Based on the above steps, the system is further optimized. The online examination system uses 2 input pages to complete the input of various types of questions. After logging into the system, the teacher uses clicks the corresponding question entry link to enter the page of adding test questions. In this paper, select the name of the set questions, set the number of the test question and other information, enter the content of the test stem and the correct answer, and then click the Add button to enter it into the test question database. The specific process of adding new questions is mainly to connect the test database, bind the test date and update, add and delete the date. The main controls in the new test question page are list controls and text box controls. Through these controls, information such as the subject question number and the question type of the question can be input. These controls are bound with the corresponding table fields in the test question database. After the teacher edits all the contents of the test question, click the Add button to submit all the information of the test question to the background database. The test questions are added. Taking the single choice of questions as an example, this paper introduces the implementation process of adding and modifying test questions, and the state chart and the sequence chart of adding or editing test questions in this module. The core of effectively complete intelligent test paper information is the basic requirements of test paper users, mainly including the following aspects: the proportion of knowledge points, the difficulty of knowledge points, the number of test questions. The essence of this problem is a problem-solving problem with multiple constrained objectives. In order to solve this problem effectively, 3 basic test paper forming processes are set up and implemented. The basic basis of the 3 processes are as follows. Based on the percentage of knowledge points, according to the distribution of knowledge points in questions, randomly group papers. Users controls according to the actual situation. The management module of the question bank completes the management function of the related question database of the test paper system. Firstly, the system assigns permissions to users. The database for teachers with permissions to add the test questions mainly includes the entry, modification, query, and the deletion of test questions. The typical input flow of question bank is shown in the figure. Now this is figure is add the sequence of test questions. Taking the single choice questions as an example, this paper introduces the implementation progress of adding and modifying test questions, and the state chart and the sequence chart of adding or editing test questions. In this module, the core of effectively complete intelligent test paper information is the basic requirements of test paper users, mainly include the following aspects: the proportion of knowledge points, the difficulty of knowledge points, the number of test questions. The essence of this problem is a problem-solving problem with multiple constrained objectives. In order to solve this problem effectively, 3 basic test paper forming processes are set up and implemented. The basic basis of the 3 processes are as follows. Based on the percentage of the knowledge points, according to the distribution of knowledge points in questions, randomly group papers. Now this. In order to effectively design the fitness function For the problem of generating test papers, this paper processes the fitness function based on the linear scale transformation. The basic idea can be described as follows. The corresponding mark attributes is weighted to intercept and combined as the objective function to calculate the overall fitness value. The weight allocation method of target attributes is weight equal 1. In this paper, we use the piecewise function to design the scalar function, and its definition is shown in Formula 2. EI is attribute value of each target, and M is the error range. According to the weight distribution of objective attribute, the object function of the whole paper can be expressed. In order to effectively maintain the diversity of population in the actual calculation process, this paper introduces the exponential proportion transformation method into the transformation of fitness function. That is, the fitness function is transformed into the objective function by Formula 3. 3. The realization of innovation and entrepreneurship education training online examination. The overall structure of online examination system is divided into the following modules: examinee login modules, online examination module, question bank management module, examination system maintenance module. Next, the class diagram of the system is designed, and then the specific implementation of these functional modules in this system is introduced in detail. An abstraction and a summary of a group of objects with similar attributes, behaviors, and structures is summarized and abstracted from the external characteristics of multiple objects. A class has two special components: methods and attributes. Methods are the operations that can be performed by the objects instantiated by a class. Attributes are the states of the objects instantiated by a class. According to the needs analysis, a system can be drawn class diagram. In order to fully guarantee the security of online examination system of innovation and entrepreneurship education, users need to log in and verify their identity before entering the system. The way of verification is mainly through username and password. If the username does not match the password, you cannot enter the system. The specific control implementation process is shown in the figure. Now, this is test training system control module. It can be seen from the examination interface that the online examination system based on knowledge base has replaced the traditional paper and pen examination mode. In order to facilitate the examinee to grasp the examination time, the system provides as a timer. When the test time is 15 minutes away, the system will automatically pop up a prompt dialog box. When the test time is over, the system will automatically close the interface of the test, effectively preventing the unfairness brought by the examinee after the test. As shown in the figure is the flow chart of the examinee's program. This is optimization of education, examination, and training process. Based on the above steps, we can effectively optimize the online examination system of innovation and entrepreneurship education and training for new engineering talents. 2. Analysis of test results. Further optimize the operation effect of the online examination system. for innovation and entrepreneurship education and training of new engineering talents. The test platform of the system mainly tests the business logic and function of the system, which is limited to the complexity of software and performance. Therefore, the paper carries out unconventional, simple performance test and does not elaborate the performance test of the system specifically. The following will discuss the system test from the business logic function test. The system test platform is divided into hardware platform and software platform, specifically as follows. 2. Experimental environment. Hardware platform for system test. CPU package. Dual-core Interpentium T24102000 赫兹兆赫兹。A main board ThinkPad R73, system memory DDR3, SDRAM. Hard disk 5400T 320G. Display card NVIDIA Allocation NVS 140 M. Display Shenyang B632. Software environment for system testing. Operating system Microsoft Windows of Vista Ultimate. 2. Now experimental environment. Now this is the experimental parameters. Using log test, score information, additional test, etc. 2. Test results. Based on the above experimental environment, the actual application effect of the current entrepreneurship education and training examination system is analyzed and tested, and the results are recorded by comparing the fake case site as follows. Now, comparison test results. Based on the analysis of the above test results, it is not difficult to find that the test results show that each functional module of the online examination system of innovation and entrepreneurship education operates normally and achieves the expected design goals. 3. Concluding remarks. With the continuous development of computer technology, the integration of computer and other fields is also in depth. Among them, the computer-aided teaching system produced by the combination of computer and teaching has been continuously considered and developed. Through the comparative research, it is found that in the computer intelligent test paper and online examination system, the more widely used is the random test paper algorithm, which has been used in the test paper generation. It has strong randomness, poor control ability to various indexes, such as difficulty and ease of the test paper, low stability of the test paper, and is not suitable for the needs of users. With the depending of the research on intelligent test paper system, people have initially seen the combination of artificial intelligence algorithms such as genetic algorithm and test paper problem, and applied it to intelligent test paper strategy, and achieved a series of research results. Based on the theory of knowledge base, this paper focuses on improving the test speed and the test quality of intelligent test paper generating system. The online examination system of innovation and entrepreneurship education and training for new engineering talents is studied. This study has a wide range of application prospects, but due to the large amount of data, the phenomena of computer crash will appear, resulting in the system running effect not reaching the expectation. So in the future research, a larger capacity CAI system will be designed. 4. Fund projects. Shenyang Institute of Technology School Level K Teaching Reform Project. Project number is XGJJ 2019-020. Project name is Exploration on the Cultivation of Innovativity and entrepreneurial ability of new engineering talents. Project leader Wang Yan. Now this is the information. Abstract. The traditional and embedded curriculum teaching system is not comprehensive, which leads to poor learning performance of students. Therefore, an embedded curriculum teaching system based on cognitive computing is designed. The design of the system mainly includes two aspects, hardware and software. The hardware part of the system includes three parts: controller, memory, and microprocessor. The software part of the system focuses on the design of database and the detailed division of teaching content, students' situation, curriculum situation, etc., and the setting of evaluation standards, the evaluation of students' learning situation, so as to complete the embedded system based on cognitive computing, the design of course teaching system. Experiments show that the design of embedded curriculum teaching system based on cognitive computing has higher scores than the traditional system and has practical significance. Keywords: cognitive computing, embedded teaching system, controller, evaluation index. Thanks.
Okay, my title is Effectiveness Evaluation of Network Security Knowledge Training based on Machine Learning. Let's look at the abstract. Due to the problem of inaccurate evaluation result of traditional method for evaluating the effectiveness of network security knowledge training, a method for evaluating the effectiveness of network security knowledge training based on machine learning is designed. First, establish an evaluation index for the effectiveness of cybersecurity knowledge training, and then develop an evaluation standard for the effectiveness of cybersecurity knowledge training. The standard performance studies is the teaching effect that employees should achieve after training. Finally, calculate the weight of each indicator to complete the evaluation of effectiveness of cybersecurity knowledge training. The experimental comparison results show that the effectiveness evaluation method of network security knowledge training based on machine learning design this time is more accurate than traditional method and has practical significance. Then is the introduction. Cybersecurity knowledge training is an important way to increase trainers' security knowledge, improve security skills, and improve security concepts, thereby improving their security qualities in order to prevent accidents and increase the level of intrinsic safety of human resources in enterprises. The evaluation of training effectiveness directly affects the realization of safety goals. Under the influence of the above factors, the evaluation of the effectiveness of safety training in China has been in an inefficient stage for a long time, and the employee unsafe behavior and are still not tangible. So specialized in how computer simulate or implement human learning behaviors to acquire new knowledge or skills and reorganize existing knowledge structures to continuously improve their performance. Let's come to the part 1. Establishment of evaluation index of network security knowledge training effect. Traditional network security knowledge training effect evaluation pathway is mainly divided into 2 categories. One is inter-training effect evaluation. It is after the inter-training will prepare the good evaluation questionnaires distributed to the trainers. At the existing problem of the traditional method, the safety of the staff training effect evaluation system mainly involves 3 kinds of the object, namely the security training management personnel, mainly be responsible for the training plan formulation and implementation of professional practitioners is direct embodiment of training. Do you have any good result? Improve the workability of employee is the ultimate goal of network security training. Training is important knowledge and skills. The trainer's personal ability and behavior directly influence on the capability and the extent of the trainers to accept. According to the different characteristics, requirement, and the process of these 3 kinds of the object, different methods are adapted for analyze. Since the development of training plan involves many evaluation indicators, a wide range, a long predictive of the process, and the role and importance of each step are not consistent. The machine learning evaluation method is determined for evaluation as shown in the following figure. So as to grasp the training situation and make corresponding adjustment measures according to the evaluation report based on the above analysis. The evaluation index is established as follows. Part 2. Effective evaluation criteria for network security knowledge training. The standard performance study is the teaching effect that employees should achieve after training. That is the knowledge, skills, and attitude that employees should have after training, which is mainly based on employee competence. The competence index may refer to the performance study of the employee's work And the trading effect evaluation index refers to the trading project itself. Evaluation need to include both a certain skill part and other part, such as learning situation and organizational improvement situation. After in-depth interviews combined with the job description, the following knowledge, skills, and attitude requirements of the fee charging staff are summarized as follows, as shown in the following table. Based on these, resilience was excluded from the measurement of actual performance of employee in this study. In the decision-making of qualitative problems, AHP is an excellent method, which is based on the comparison of two evaluation objects and the structure of judgment matrix with a comparison result. In the common formula, A and B respectively represent the matrix elements. In formula, C and R represent the consistent test result. Then the judgment matrix is normalized, and the calculation formula is like this. Your formula D represents the normalized processing environment of the index. Part 3. Realization of effectiveness evaluation of cybersecurity knowledge training. Based on the establishment of the above method, network security knowledge training effectiveness evaluation indicators, and the establishment of the network security knowledge training effectiveness evaluation standards, the network security knowledge training effectiveness evaluation and the overall evaluation structure is shown below. This method is called factor analysis. In the formula, FG represents the original web vector, represents the common factor node coefficient and residual, and X represents the principal component vector. You can see that this one, where there are several implementation schemas participating in the evaluation jointly. The company also they can rank and select according to their comprehensive evaluation value. According to the above process combined with above indicators system to establish an evaluation hierarchy as shown below. Number 4 is experiment comparison. This part will include the first is experimental schema. And you see the scaling target is as follows. After the training of the experimental personal above net security events are solved, and the data captured by the survey as follows. An experimental platform is established for this purpose as shown in following figure. The next one is the analysis of experimental results. Part 5 is concluding remarks. How to objectively and effectively establish the trading effect evaluation index system to evaluate the enterprise trading effect, so as to dialogue and modify the enterprise trading program and then improve the effectiveness of trading program. and promote the health development of the enterprise is an urgent problem to be solved by the enterprise. It is also worth attention of the academic community. To sum up, the method of this study has the following characteristics. Just like applying performance technology to the evaluation system of enterprise training facts. Even though this study still has certain limitations in the selection of evaluation indicators, this study used as much independence, efficiency, and operability as possible. For result level indicators, worker tour revenue, and employee turnover rate, they will be affected by many factors, and the changes may not only be caused by training but also by other factors. However, although the change in this research indicator take this into account in the evaluation of the examples, the influence of other factors cannot be controlled. That's all. Thank you so much.
Method of educational resources based on complex network and big data analysis. Abstract. In order to improve information retrieval and writing compatibility of educational resources, encryption, compression, and storage processing are required. An encryption, compression, and storage model of educational resources based on complex network and big data analysis is proposed. And dynamic characteristic information collection and information fusing clustering model of educational resource information is constructed. Educational resource information sampling is carried out by adapting the wireless sensing metrics of a complex network. Metadata structure characteristics of the educational resource information is extracted. A multi-dimensional characteristics-based structure, distributed fusion method is adopted. Educational resource encryption, compression, and adaptive allocation of information coding are carried out. Random coding keys and reloading keys of the educational resource information is extracted. Random linear coding technology is adapted to realize encryption, compression, and storage of educational resource information, and dynamic compression capability of the educational resource data is improved. Dissemination resource shows that this method has better feature compression capability and higher precision of encrypt. Transmission of educational resources information and improves the precision and recall of educational resources information. Keywords: complex network, big data analysis, educational resources, encryption, compression, storage. 1. Introduction. Complex network and big data analysis provide new opportunities for the optimal allocation and integration of educational resources and co-creation and sharing gradually becoming a new mode of resource construction. The construction mode of co-creation and sharing is coupled with the characteristics of continuous evolution and the natural value added of digital educational resources in the circulation process, which conforms to the open concept of knowledge value co-creation and can promote the sustainable development of education resources ecology. With the progress of science and technology, more and more people are developing and using educational resources. China is a vast country with different types of educational resources to be developed and utilized. With the development of complex network and big data processing technology of educational resources, it has an important application prospect to collect physical information by using complex educational resources information distribution network in information detection and data monitoring. In the process of data collection of complex educational resource information distribution network, due to the influence of environmental factors, the accuracy of educational resource information detection is not high, and the anti-interference performance is poor. Optimize the data detection design of the complex educational resource information distribution network combined with the educational resource information compression processing technology, which contrasts the complex educational resource information distribution network information and improve the reliability of educational resource information. The research on information mining and reconstruction technology of educational resources has attracted great attention. The method of big data analysis is thought to carry out an automatic monitoring of educational resource information. According to the results of feature extraction and fuzzy identification, the dynamic compression and reconstruction of educational resource information are carried out. The research on educational resource encryption and compression and information coding methods is of great significance in the optimizing mining and automated detection of network data. In traditional methods, the suspicious identification method is mainly adopted to establish the educational resource encryption and compression storage model, combined with the method of large data distributed structure reorganization of complex educational resource information distribution network, the resource information encryption, transmission, and information recognition are carried out, and the corresponding adaptive algorithm is combined to realize the feature extraction and reconstruction of educational resource information. However, the traditional method of the educational resource encryption compression storage has poor adaptability and large time cost. In order to solve the above problems, this paper proposed an encryption and compression storage model for educational resources based on complex networks and big data analysis. Firstly, the dynamic feature information collection and the physical clustering model of educational resource information are constructed. The wireless sensor array of complex network is used to sample educational resource information. The collected educational resource information is combined with features and instructive automatically. Then the metadata structure features of educational resource information are extracted. The multi-dimensional feature space structure distributed fusion method is adopted to carry out educational resource encryption, compression, and adaptive allocation of information encoding. The random encoding key and decoding key of educational resource information are extracted. The random linear encoding technology is adopted to realize encryption, compression, and storage of educational resource data, thus improving the dynamic compression capability of educational resource data. Finally, the simulation test analysis is carried out and the validity conclusion is drawn. Two educational resources information sampling and feature combination and information automatic extraction. 2.1 Educational resources information sampling. In order to realize the encryption, compression, and storage of educational resources, the dynamic characteristic information collecting and fusing collector model of educational resources information are constructed. The wireless sensor array of complex network is used for educational resources information sampling, and the wireless sensor array of complex network is used for educational resources information sampling. In order to realize the optimal extraction and dynamic compression and reconstruction of educational resources information, the statistical information processing method is used for educational resources information fusion processing, and the multi-dimensional node networking model of wireless network is constructed as shown in Figure 1. According to the distribution of sampling nodes of complex educational resource information distribution network data shown in Figure 1. Figure 1, the data distribution structure is recognized. Combined with the spatial area reconstruction method, the data of complex educational resource information distribution network is statistically analyzed, and the multi-dimensional random linear coding technology is adopted. Information fusion of the complex educational resources information distribution network data is carried out, and the fuzzy interactive state equation of educational resource information sampling is obtained as follows. By the load of information collection of educational resource information terminal, B the category set of educational resource information distribution attributes, AI be the dimension of educational resource information compression, data structure reorganization is carried out by adopting a distributed information fusion method to obtain the attribute value of feature distribution as C, and the distributed fusion output of multi-dimensional feature space structure of educational resource information is as follows, wherein Z0 is the correlation estimation value of complex educational resource information distribution network data, and Zi is the measured value of complex educational resource information distribution network data collected at I point. According to the adaptive distribution results of educational resource encryption and compression and information coding, connected undirected graph is adopted to represent the characteristic distribution of educational resource information wherein G equals VEW is the typological dimension of educational resource information, wherein V equals V1, V2, Vn obtains a statistical analysis model of educational resource information by adopting a multi-dimensional spatial distributed reconstruction method. It adopts a differential dynamic compression reconstruction method to fuse educational resource information flows and educational resource information scheduling set function is, where XJT represents the average information entropy in the fuzzy average set D of educational resource information describes the sample set in the collecting center, and L represents the global weighted value of encrypt transmission of resource information. According to the above, sampling results of educational resources information reorganization and feature identification are carried out. 2.2 Feature extraction of educational resources information. A wireless sensing array of complex network is adapted to sample educational resource information. The collected educational resource information is subjected to feature combination and information automatic extraction, and the information entropy of the educational resource information obtained under the constrained condition is satisfied. The Fuzzy-Siemens collectory method is adapted to construct a feature extraction model of complex educational resource information distribution network.
Paper title: Research on the finite element essence of the sealing property of the piston, used in automobile teaching. Author: 刘海亮、丁大为、黄鑫、杨芳燕。Author unit: 潍坊 Engineering Vocational College, 青州 2625000 China. Abstract: In recent years, the continued development of the national economy has promoted the popularity of automobiles in the course of automobile teaching. The tenets of the internal combustion engine and its piston in the teaching, which is an important factor, determine the safety performance of the wheels. The traditional method for analyzing the tenets of pistons for teaching often cause corresponding adverse effects due to the poor accuracy of the results. Therefore, this study decision finite elements essence method for the theory of pistons for automobiles teaching. First, assessing the shape and material characteristics of the piston for automotive teaching, and then building a finite element model of the piston for automotive teaching to complete the processing of piston stress load. Based on this, the research on piston sealing performance is realized according to the comprehensive process. The experiment results show that the occurrence of the method is better than that of the traditional method, and the essence process is less time consuming, which proves the effectiveness of the method. 1. Introduction. 2. Method decision. 3. Simulation test experiment and result essence. 4. Concluding remarks. 1. Introduction. With the continued popularization of prevent cars, more and more people need to receive car driving instruction in teaching ways. The techniques of the internal combustion engine is one of the important factors determining its safety, performance, and the piston in the internal combustion engine is one of the decision factors for the sealing performance of the internal combustion engine. As a key component of internal combustion engine, the sealing property of piston is directly related to the working reliability and durability of high-speed internal combustion engine, and also directly affects the emission performance of internal combustion engine. The top surface of the piston is subject to the transmit high temperature of the gas, which makes the tops of the piston and even the entire piston very hot, and the temperature field is very unevenly distributed. The temperature gradients in various parts are different, causing the piston to deform thermally. The surface cracked, causing the gas between the piston and the cylinder liner to be damaged, and even the phenomenon of the piston pulling the cylinder and locking. Therefore, it is necessary to carry out research and essays on the techniques of the piston. Understand the several state and comprehensive stress distribution of the piston, and then employ and apply the piston, employ the sealability of the piston, Blue is zeroth Straits distribution and includes the work of the piston of the special valence for automobile teaching. Reliability and blue emissions are important. 2. Method decision. In the traditional process of analyzing of the sales property of the piston used in automobile teaching, the piston will be generally assigned as a valve, resulting in the long occurrence of the financial essence results. In order to solve this problem, based on the traditional essence method, this study uses the finite element essence process to decision the piston theory finite element essence method for automobile teaching. Because the concentration and essence of the finite element method are involved in this decision process. In order to ensure the accuracy of the essence results, it is necessary to pay attention to the seizing of the simulation unit when unfolding the simulations to avoid affecting the accuracy of the essence results. 3. Simulation test, experiment, and result essence. In order to verify the feasibility of the finite element essence method of piston selling used in automobile teaching, the experiment test of the method is completed in the form of seamless experiment essence, and the corresponding experiment results are assessed and conclusions are drawn. 4. Concluding remarks. In this study, ANSYS software is used to analyze the serial performance of the piston used in automobile teaching, and the following conclusions are drawn. When using the 3D drawing software employed to establish the geometry model required for finite element essence, the requirements of the finite element essence method for the elements model must be careful. consider some subject structure that do not affect the essence resource should be ignored. Difficulties in massing and conclusion. It is very important for the shift of teaching versus that the asylum of piston used in automobile teaching. Therefore, in the future production decision, the ceiling of piston should be effectively increased. Thank you.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. In the following part, I want to give you my paper presentation. The topic of it, Semantic Retrieval Method of UK Education Resource Metadata in Hierarchical Cloud P2P Network. The authors are Wang Xia and Li Mingjun from Mianyang Teachers College, Mianyang, Sichuan Province, China. As for my paper presentation, there are 3 steps. Step 1, motivations for the research. Second step is about the structure of the paper. And third, the significance of the paper. Now let's look at the motivations for the research. The motivations for the paper are various. There are many factors to trigger my interests in such kind of topic. The first one is information-based society. And so we can say there are a lot of information and also this information could be used into the education. Such kind of things, or we can say a diversification of information technology has been greatly used in the education industry. A second factor is about semantic retrieval method. The traditional semantic retrieval method are only used to base on keyword matching, so it greatly influences the accuracy, and sometimes the searcher could find the misdetection information. And the third is about hierarchical cloud peer-to-peer network with a semantic retrieval method. So it is inherent semantic relationship between users' retrieval conditions and resources. So that is my motivations for the paper. Now let's look at the structure of the paper. There are 5 parts in my paper. The first one, I just focus on the British education resources metadata pre-processing. The second step is to build ontology relationships. The third, semantic relevance calculation of UK education resources metadata. The fourth one, implementation of semantic retrieval for metadata of British education resources. The fifth step is the experiment. So, They are the 5 main parts in my paper. Now let's look at them one by one. For the British Education Resources Metadata Pre-Processing, I just give you this. So you can see here, index, we have 10 of them, and the content relevant to them. For example, the knowledge architecture, and the content of it is that the overall structure, including different knowledge categories and subject knowledge. A second one, knowledge. It is generic term for larger areas of scientific knowledge. A third, the subject knowledge, classifications of knowledge according to the nature of the research object. Secondary subject knowledge, and also tertiary knowledge, course knowledge, text knowledge, chapter knowledge, unit knowledge, and the knowledge point. And among all of the indexes, knowledge point is relatively independent and complete in a knowledge system. So we focus on it. Knowledge points, just as we had mentioned before, it is relatively complete and independent of the basic unit, with the implication relation and meet indirect dependence relationship. Or sometimes it has a brotherhood, and usually it has a parallelism if the knowledge points with siblings relationship do not have dependencies. We call this parallelism, and also the reference relationship. So that is characteristics of knowledge points. And now let's look at figure 1. And in this part, I just use the segmentation module structure diagram. As a diagram can show, the user input some message and the participle appears, and then we try to find out the keyword set. And also, meanwhile, the domain ontology also works, and each user, according to the user-defined dictionary, we get to the participle and also comes to the keyword set. So the second step, or the second main chapter in my paper is about bit ontology relationships. And the relationships are as shown in the following. So step 1, we collect and organize various terms in the field and get the concept. Then we try to create new project and define attributes and create instances and edit complicated. So according to this, the ontology relationships are very clear here. And now let's look at the figure 2. Semantic concept tree. It is very vivid to illustrate their relationships. And table 3. Semantic query extension. And also you can see here as a content include the index. We have 9 of them. And the content include the formal processing, stop word, query expansion, extract keywords, and also concept map, building search tree judgment, building the concept tree, concept expansion, and keyword merge. And also for the formal processing, we have the method of keyword collection. For the stop word, we remove query request using stop words. Query expansion, we have semantic data retrieval, and extract keywords we have formal processing, concept map, node matching. So in this part, we have the node matching because of the concept map, and also building search tree judgment with exact matching of each node, building the concept tree close to the initial intent of the user's query, concept expansion, setting threshold for a direct expansion, and keyword merge at concept greater than threshold to the query expansion term set. Okay, so much about it. Now let's look at a third step, that is semantic relevance calculation of UK education resources metadata. And also, it is the table 4 is the resource structure content. So according to the content here, you can know we have the first resource one from the media material. So in the data element, we mark it as image material, and for the resource 2, it is a test questions, and in data element, it is video material. And you can see the rest of them as following: just a test paper, and in data elements, it is video footage. A courseware, it is the animation material, and reference, the case, online course, the index, frequently asked questions. We just get the question bank and also text material, the answer. So it is very clear for us to notice the resource structure content. And the fourth part, we come to the implementation of semantic retrieval for metadata of British education resources. The British education resources metadata discovery process, as you can see here, the user interface and the enter query. So you can say the word segmentation forms, and then we get the key participle, and then we get the resource research and similarity calculation, and then we get the encapsulation and language culture. Then we come to the resource set. And also the user interface also comes to the resource set by themselves. So that is the British education resources metadata discovery process, and I hope it can help the readers can understand it much better. Now let's look at Table 5, Learn Object, Metadata Standard Basic Pattern Fragments. And so you can see there are 3 columns. The name of it is universal. And the title we get to the names step by step. At the very beginning, we get the universal. So this category describes some general information about learning objects. Then we narrow it into the title, learning object name. So we just come to the keywords. The keywords or phrases describing the subject of the learning object. Then we come to the education, some key characteristics of learning objects in education and teaching, resources later. Then we get the specific types of learning objects, resource type, classification parts of learning objects in a specific classification system. Then we come to the path, step by step. So if we do like this way, we can find the exact information. And figure 4, that is organizational structure of UK educational resources. So we have our integrated ontology. So according to the ontology, we have the local ontology. Then we get our descriptions, and we have our descriptions. Later, we have our resource node one by one, just like the this chart shows you. Okay, table 6, that is constraints. The constraints, it is about the concept elements, and we use a method to divide the node space. The community logo. The community, that means use the method by using the community entrance constraints. A new resource object added to affiliated resources, and metadata parsing extract the core concept and extended concept elements for processing separately. Then we come to the 5 serial part that is called level metadata, and there are connectivity between different communities and pass to all communities in the system. Try to match the community finally. And we have an adaptive load balancing mechanism, just like here. Just like the formula here. So in the formula, D represents the number of resources for the engine node index, and M represents the index key value range, and the X represents the index data quantity or per unit time data access. So in the 5th step, we have the experiment. Experiments are carried out to compare the recall of the two methods. This paper uses the artificial evaluation method to evaluate the relevant literature in the experimental results, and the final retrieval results are judged by artificial correlation. So figure 7, I just gave you the total comparison, and as you can see, the graph here. So we use the dash dot line to mark the design method this time, and we use the solid line to describe the traditional method. So as you can see, the curve can show you a lot. So that is our total comparison. And the significance of my paper is that the experimental results show that the designed semantic retrieval method or British educational resource metadata and the hierarchical cloud peer-to-peer network has a high recall rate and has practical application significance. So that is the significance of my paper. So at the end of my paper, I'd like to say, now we are facing the COVID-19, the pandemic. I hope we can face it bravely and defeat it as soon as possible. I hope everybody can have health, peace, and love. May God be with you. Okay, thanks a lot.
Hello everyone, I'm Wang Honggang. Today, I'd like to introduce 2 of my papers. The first paper is research on the optimization of the allocation of educational resources in modern history based on demand features. My presentation will go as 4 steps. The first step, let's look at the abstract of the paper. The paper mainly discusses how to allocate teaching resources in historical teaching, because in traditional allocation of teaching resources, we often neglect the user's characteristic. So there is financial waste in it. Based on the analysis of actual needs of different users for educational resources of human history, the paper constructs the allocation model of the educational resources, emphasizes each link of the model in the process, emphasizes the operation mechanism of educational resources, and implements the allocation model of educational resources in the optimized operation mechanism, and achieve the reasonable allocation of educational resources. The experimental results is compared with the traditional methods. Our allocation methods consumes less financial cost, so it's practically suitable. Next, let me take a brief introduction of the background of the paper. The background is in the traditional optimization method of modern history education resource allocation. There is too much waste of financial resources, which has a certain impact on the local economy. So, the paper puts forward the optimization method of modern history education resources allocation based on the demand of characteristics which solves the problem. Next, let's come to the main body of the paper. The paper has 2 parts. The first part is optimization of educational resources allocation of modern history based on demand characteristics. On the line, there are 3 sublines. The first subline is analysis on the demand characteristics of modern history education resources. Because the optimization of educational resource allocation based on features model is to realize the optimization of educational resource allocation in modern history through the combination and restriction of features. The user's rigid demand reflects the three relationships of the feature selection, abandonment, and uncertainty. The dependent feature sets only represents the public part of relevant educational resources, and the complete user needs to be described by an exclusive feature set. Only the combination of dependent feature set and exclusive feature set can provide a more accurate analysis foundation for the subsequent realization of the abstraction or parts of feature set in the whole behavior model. Therefore, the mapping result of users' hard requirements to feature model is defined as slice result set, which consists of two parts of information: depend feature set and exclude feature set. Next, let's look at the second one, construction of educational resource allocation model based on demand characteristics. Based on the analysis of user in previous selection, a model resource allocation model for educational is constructed. In the process, various types of educational resource allocation have been passed in modern history, and transversal is a characteristic of demand. This is the basis for educational resource allocation and the combination of operating mechanisms to achieve the purpose of optimization. The first one is optimize the operating mechanism of education resource allocation. The optimal allocation of modern history education resources is a dynamic process involving many factors such as objective, environment, motivation, and operation mechanism. These factors interact with each other and jointly affect the flow direction and the final allocation effect. From the perspective of sister theory, this paper studies the mechanism of the optimal allocation of modern history education resources analyzes the interdependence between the modern history education system and the environment, looks for the power source to promote the continuous optimal allocation of modern history education resources, and analyze the operation mechanism and implementation parts of the optimal allocation of modern history education resources. On the basis of the above content, different mechanisms are adopted to optimize the allocation of modern history education resources. First, decision-making and consulting mechanism. Second is the input and implementation mechanism. The third is the supervision and feedback mechanism. The fourth is the policy incentive mechanism. In summary, there is an organic relationship between the environment for the optimal allocation of education resources in modern history and the input mechanism, supervision mechanism, and incentive mechanism. The interaction between them is shown in Fig 1. In Fig 1. Thereby realizing education in modern history, the purpose of resource allocation optimization. This is Fig 1. It shows their interaction. The second part of the paper is in one experimental study on the method. This part has also 3 sublines. The first is experimental platform construction. The second is experimental data preparation. And the third is experimental results and analysis. So we come to the concluding remarks. The allocation of educational resources in modern history is closely related to the balanced development of education, which affects the sustainable development of the overall level of education and socio-economic development. It is of great significance to study the optimization of the allocation of educational resources for the development of education at economic levels. Designing a method for optimizing the allocation of educational resources in modern history based on the characteristics of demand, solving the problem of large consumption of financial resources in traditional optimization methods, rationally allocating teaching resources, and promoting the long-term development of the education industry while ensuring that the social economy is developing in a good direction. Okay, this is all for my first paper. And next, I want to have a brief introduction of my second paper. The title of the second paper is Performance Evaluation of Integrated Circuit Industry Talent Training based on BP Neural Network. I'm the co-author of the paper. The assessment of evaluation of talent work is a comprehensive evaluation of talent quality, performance, and talent values. Many years of talent management practice shows that the introduction of scientific talent evaluation system is the premise of the whole job. Based on this, a comprehensive evaluation method of training performance of integrated circuit industry talents based on BP neural network is proposed. On the basis of determining the number of layers and the neutrons in each layer of BP network, the selection of samples and original value is completely according to the performance data of talent training in integrated circuit industry, and the evaluation model is established with the help of data processing. The experimental results show that BP neural network can fully absorb the judgment experience of experts and the practical guidance of human resource management and has a good evaluation effect. It's beneficial for enterprises. And it's also more simple and quick, and the evaluation results of scientific and technological talents are more scientific and accurate. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
I am so glad to communicate my academic questions and ideas with you here. The title of my academic presentation is The Construction of the Remote Interactive Platform of the Practical Training Teaching in the Employment Domain of Colleges and Universities under the 1+X certificate system. I shall take about 15 minutes of your time. I will talk about the topic on how to build a distance interactive training teaching platform based on 1+X. First, I wanna introduce myself. I come from Chongqing Vocational Institute of Tourism, Chongqing City, China. The content is listed as follows. The first part is appointment mechanism of establishing practical teaching platform under 1+X certificate system. The second part is interactive mechanism of establishing practical teaching platform under 1+X certificate system. The third part is design the remote interactive mode of practical teaching platform. The fourth part is experimental results and analysis. And the last part is the summary. All our researches are conducted by the academic source. We are committed to porous construction of training platform in view of the problems of pure interaction and non-reservation in the existing college employment training teaching platform, which leads to the decline of students' interest in learning. Therefore, under the influence of the 1+X certificate system, a new college employment work dormant training teaching remote interaction platform is constructed. The platform takes the 1+X certificate system as the goal, establishes the appointment mechanism of training teaching, designs the long-distance interactive mode of training teaching platform by setting the way of video and audio playing in the platform, and realizes the construction of the long-distance interactive platform of training teaching in the field of employment in colleges and universities. According to the implementation plan of National Vocational Education Reform, the state will launch the pilot project of Diploma plus several vocational skill level certificates in vocational colleges and application-oriented graduate schools. That is the 1+X certificate education system. With the development of cloud technology, students can easily access cloud services, storage resources, computing resources, software and hardware resources through their terminal devices. The reservation platform consists of user service platform, teaching reservation platform, authorization platform, and control service platform. The structure is shown in Figure 1. Please look at this Figure 1. Teaching platform includes the reservation module, service terminal, client, and server side. According to the above content, the appointment mechanism of the training teaching platform is established to ensure that, under the guidance of the 1+X certificate system, students can improve their employment competitiveness and increase their professional skills to obtain various certificates through the appointment of employment training teaching contents. Video and audio are the most important media in the network learning platform. The user interface of the e-learning platform consists of 4 parts: user information control part, audio and video display part, information sharing part, and text exchange part, as is shown in Figure 2. According to the user interface in Figure 2, the user information control area displays the current classroom name, the names of online teachers and students, member status, and other information, so as to realize the functions of role assignment and authority control. The audio and video display area mainly displays the video windows of current online teachers and students, as well as the voice volume fluctuation of speakers. Next, the information sharing area mainly displays teachers and students sharing of the teaching information in order to achieve the function of whiteboard writing in the teaching process. And the last part, text exchange area, realizes the function of text exchange between teachers and students, students and students. Through the design of the teaching audio and video broadcast mode, the distance interaction mode of training teaching platform is designed. Figure 3 is the structure diagram of remote interaction mode of practical teaching platform. So please look at this Figure 3. User, client, real-time classroom, panel discussion, group debate, question answering in counseling, resource downloading, video on demand, statistical management. Next, network service includes learning management model, direct recording and broadcasting platform, resource management module, management tool, administrators. In this paper, a comparative experiment is proposed to compare the distance interaction platform of high efficiency employment work area training teaching. With the training platform, traditional platform based on the configuration and multimedia software. Figure 4, as is shown on this page, is about the text environment of this experiment. In a university with a large number of majors, 20 students with different majors are randomly selected as the experimental text objects. And the basic information of these objects is shown in Table 1. So please look at this Table 1. According to this table, students' performance in culture class is normal and above the excellent level, but the training test results are not ideal. Most of the students are 19 points away from the excellent file, which is a certain distance away. The results of the two training platforms were compared, and the results of the comparison of this experiment is shown in Figure 5. Under the condition of considering the 1 plus X certificate system, the platform designed in this paper can enhance the video and audio teaching effect of the platform and help set up the program and interactive mode that can be resolved. At the same time of improving the enthusiasm and interest of our students, we should strengthen the training ability of the students so as to provide basic guarantee conditions for the graduates' employment choice in their future. But this design is made for the students and the teachers. So in the future, other hardware facilities can be optimized to further improve the real-time feedback of this platform. This is the summary and future research. That's all. Thank you for your listening. Thanks a lot.
Design of Network Security Defense Knowledge Training Management Platform under Cloud Media. Abstract. With the continuous progress in Internet technology, more and more people are getting information through the network, so the number of cloud media is increasing, which brings great hidden danger to the network security. However, the traditional training management platform is difficult to deal with massive data, which leads to the imbalance of defense knowledge system in the platform and the instability of platform feedback. Therefore, a new network security defense knowledge training management platform is designed. By setting the balance constraint index, optimize the load balance layout of the training management platform, build the service framework of the training management platform, obtain the training users clustering results, set up training training courses realize the design of network security defense knowledge training management platform. The test results show that compared with the traditional design platform, the stability of the designed platform is higher under the condition of massive network security defense knowledge. It can be seen that the design platform is more in line with the basic requirements of network security defense. Keywords: cloud media, network security defense, knowledge training management platform. Introduction. With the development Internet technology and the rise of social network, the media presents the trend of fragmentation. Everyone has become a media. The media can disseminate information and distribute information. It is displayed in a personal blog, microblog, space homepage, group, and so on. At the same time, some enterprises and institutions have similar tendencies in QQ group, website, official microblog, and WeChat official account, and all kinds of internet applications, games, and websites are showing interactive communication function. The collection of human media and this fragmented media is called cloud media. Network security refers to the use of various technologies and management measures to ensure the normal operation of the network system so as to ensure the availability, integrity, and confidentiality of network data. In response to the above problems, traditional training management platform has set up key information and developed platform search programs to achieve reliable feedback on network security defense data. However, due to the increasing number of cloud media and the emergence of network attack methods and the amount of data on network security defense knowledge has increased. Traditional platforms have been unable to meet the training requirements. Therefore, a new network security defense knowledge training management platform is proposed. The emergence of this platform makes up for the shortcomings of traditional design platforms and provides more rigorous technical support for national cybersecurity education and training. Design of network security defense knowledge training management platform under cloud media. Set balance constraint indicators. According to the amount of network security defense knowledge training tasks, the training management platform needs to balance the distribution and control of these training tasks by setting balance constraint indicators so as to achieve the optimal layout of training management platform load. The unique probability task allocation balance is mainly composed of front-end distribution and end service. So a description model is built according to the condition, assuming that there is no connection between the distributor and the server. That is, the former does not know the load information and task quantity of the latter. At the same time, by default, the end service can assign tasks to each end server according to a certain probability. Set the number of servers connected to the management platform to n, and the probability mentioned is represented by the letter Pn, where 1 less than or equal to n or less than or equal to n exists. Sigma Pn equals 1 exists. Let the Poisson flow of the task reach the distributor be gamma. Then, as this time reach the end of the Poisson flow of server N with the parameter gamma Pn, at the same time ensure that the training task time is subject to the general allocation and match according to the order of the cleaning rules, and require that the data arrival process and services process are independent of each other. The training task distribution function is known as fx, and the training task is divided to n disjoint intervals. That is, the dispatcher quickly assigns the task un to the server according to the probability of Pn. When the server receives the dispatcher's task, it analyzes the training workload. When un-1 less than un, the end server places the training task in the queue and waits for service otherwise. The server returns the task, and the distributor reassigns the task to server N, which satisfies the task assignment's conditional ui-1 less than ui. Set balance constraint indicators. On the basis of setting assignment conditions, set the control conditions for task assignments. It is known that the capacity of the end server is C, and there is a connection between the front-end distributor and the server. Let C1 and C2 represent the control programs in two end servers. When C1 minus C2 greater than lambda, the distributor directly assigns tasks to C2, and new tasks are in the C2 server waits in line, while C1 does not accept training tasks temporarily. When C2 minus C1 greater than lambda, the front-end distributor assigns training tasks to C1. New tasks wait for services in C1, and C2 temporarily does not accept new assignment tasks. When condition C2 minus C1 less than lambda exists at the same time, the distributor distributes system tasks to C1 and C2 at the same time so that the services of the server and are performed simultaneously. The distribution and control curve of network security defense knowledge training tasks is shown in figure 1 below. According to the above figure, the distribution curve distributes the system task amount evenly, and the control conditions are based on the control load to reasonably control the task location amount within a certain range to ensure the distributed parallel computing capability of the distributed management platform. The control conditions are based on balanced distribution of training tasks. The characteristics of the tilted data in the training platform are extracted, and the balanced constraint index is set. The setting of the indicator allows the training management platform to run smoothly under normal load conditions, control the degree of data inclination, and make the platform's processing result of defensive knowledge to be optimal. Suppose to the total amount of inclined data in defense knowledge is W, where the data characteristics corresponding to Wi are represented by Si. The load of balancing algorithm is used to calculate and classify the constraint indicators. The indicators in Table 1 below can be used as candidates. The data in the above table includes the obtained value of alternative indicators. An index function is established to calculate the load of each node of the defense knowledge cluster on the distributed platform. Take the following formula as the basic premise of constructing index function. In the formula, FWI represents the indicator substitution of function combined with a set of non-negative parameter phi corresponding to the impact indicator, multiplying the indicator with the calculation result of the above formula. The obtained indicator evaluation function is the formula μg indicates the index evaluation function. Fi indicates the importance of the corresponding influencing factors to the final target. Si indicates the characteristics of the tilted data. According to the above formula, the load constraint indicators of each distributed node in the platform are obtained. In the formula, theta represents the constraint function on Wi. Kappa represents the weight of coefficient. C represents the supplementary parameter. Epsilon is a balanced index. Eta represents the maximum load of the system. Omega represents the load weight of the connection. According to the characteristics of tilt data, the above formula sets a balance constraint index to realize the balance constraint on the load of tilt data connection. Based on the control conditions and constraints set up, a balanced load layout is optimized to realize the balanced control of inclined data connection node on the training management platform. When the load balance is on high side, the existing node balance state can be adjusted in time. Assuming that the number of labels of program Ti is loaded in I, the equilibrium layout probably is obtained according to the balance constraint formula. When N star represents the actual number of loads in the layout area, then the information entropy D1 can get the maximum value, that is, max D1 is obtained. According to the results, when the load of each program on the network platform is the same, the index D of the information entropy approaches 1. It should be noted that the index D at this time is neighbor coverage. Obtained under the action of Qj. At this time, the amount of knowledge data is small, and the optimal location of the load layout is shown on Figure 2. According to the above figure, the mathematical model at this time can be balanced the load when a small amount of data is skewed. It can be seen that under the cloud media, the amount of network security defense knowledge is extremely large, so the amount of skewed data also increased. When the amount of skewed data is too large, the load layout needs to be readjusted. The balance according to the standard particle swarm and carting function to account for large tilt data processing. Data which originally should tilt left, the tilt data to be processed. Also bring balance constraint index. Combined with the particle swarm to optimize the layout, the defense knowledge under the condition of large quantity of the data, the load optimal location are shown in Figure 3 below. According to the above two sets of optimal position diagrams, it can be known that through the set of constraint indicators, constraints are set on the training platform to ensure that the defense knowledge data can maintain a balanced load control balance during the tilt change process and achieve balanced control of the training management platform. The construction of network security defense knowledge training and management platform under cloud media will focus on online training management and unified data. The four directions of management, diversified training, implementation, and comprehensive information service are to build a comprehensive training portal platform with better service performance. The specific objectives are as follows: establish a training management portal, formulate and track training plans and training implementation process, and archive unified release of training consulting, improves the onlineization of the overall training management process, and onlineize most of the offline business. At the same time, an information service monitoring center was established to improve management decision support. Then it is structured with the management knowledge training thinking of the management platform, providing a unified training service resource platform for network users, integrating teaching video websites and examination system resources, docking with cloud media service centers, and achieving the construction of diversified information targeted services. Portal of Integrated Information Services construct a comprehensive training management platform and form a comprehensive learning management platform service framework with curriculum learning center, teacher management center, information monitoring center, online learning center, and quality evaluation center as the main content, as shown in Figure 4 below. Based on the background and goal of platform construction, the scope of platform training task scenario is divided as shown in Figure 4 above. First, the core business scenario is divided into training services, which are services, foreign services, and according to three core tasks: training management, training monitoring, and personal information center-related business management, while training and forum services provide unified consultation for the portal center launched. WeChat services provides users with convenient office channels. Secondly, the platform authentication-related tasks are divided into user authentication services. Finally, platform training management tasks are divided into message platform services and file services, and data function tasks and divided into data retrieval services and decision engine services. Integrate network security defense knowledge training management resources based on the above business divisions. Assuming that the set knowledge requirements for network security defense is X, and randomly set two requirements from them, record them as XA and XB respectively, and find the similarity between them. Use the above formula to find the degree of similarity between the demand data, and use the best domain value method to achieve fusing clustering of user needs. In the formula, xi epsilon represents the clustering result of I-th sample data under the influence of epsilon type demand. X kappa I epsilon represents the dynamic change constant of the demand data under action of the change factor kappa. According to service framework of the training management platform, the training service feedback program is set up according to the above calculation steps. The fuzzy clustering of training user needs is realized. According to the service framework of the training management platform established above, the combined with clustering results of training user needs, the design of network security defense training management platform is realized. select advanced network security defense personnel to compile training courses so that the training users can start training and learning according to process in Table 2 below, and learn the more difficult course content level by level based on the points obtained. Users are trained to learn network security defense knowledge in accordance with the sequence of courses in above table. Only when the course credits are met can the next stage of course tasks be carried out. The measurement formula of training integral is as follows. The formula I represents the course credit, I1 represents the integral base, I2 represents the integral multiplier. Delta I represents the reward points given during the prescribed course study time, generally between 0.1 to 0.3 points. The following Table 3 is standard value table of integral multiplier I2. Train users to learn network security defense knowledge in accordance with the above-mentioned process and course management methods. So far, the design of network security defense knowledge training management platform under the cloud media has been realized. A comparative experiment is proposed to compare the training management platform designed this time with the training management platform under the traditional design to compare the stability of the feedback data of the two platforms. In the experiment, the designed platform was taken as experiment Group A, and the platform under traditional design was taken as experiment Group B. Specific experimental conclusions were drawn based on the experimental test results. Figure 5 below is the test platform built for this experimental test. In the figure, Computer 1 and Computer 2 are two computers with the same model and configuration, which are respectively used for the platform design of Experiment Group A and Experimental Group B. Computer 3 is a test unit through which the training results of two groups of platforms are obtained. The basic test environment of the above three groups of computers is shown in Table 4 below. According to the test environment in the above table, it can be known as the hardware capacity of these groups of computers is extremely large, which matches the huge volume of network security defense knowledge and meets the requirements of this experimental test. The training management platform is designed using the two design methods when the data volume of network security defense knowledge is 10G. The experimental test results are obtained as shown in Figure 6 below. According to the curve trend of the figure above, the stability of the platform in two designs is similar to the standard value. To ensure the universality of the experimental test, the platform under the condition of 50G network security defense knowledge was tested. The comparison results of the experimental test are shown in Figure 7 below. According to the above figure, under the condition of 50G network security defense knowledge, the design management platform can still run smoothly, while under the traditional design, the stability of the platform has dropped below 8.5, far below the standard value. Comprehensive experimental test results show that the stability of the design platform is better. In order to improve the network security defense knowledge training management, this paper designs a network security defense knowledge training management platform in the cloud media environment, which solves the problem of poor stability of the traditional design management platform, provides reliable technical support of network security and has broad application prospects. Abstract. With the development and maturity of computer and multimedia technology, computer-aided instruction represents advanced teaching ideas and methods. Based on this, a design of computer-aided course teaching control system based on supervised learning algorithm is proposed. The hardware composition and software design of the system are introduced through the main modules, login and registration module, learning mode selection module, learning content selection module, test module operation. Relying on the constraints of multiple identities in the teaching process, biological structure of the database, the teaching management platform can control and supervise students' learning. In order to better test the effectiveness of the system designed in this paper, a comparative experiment of system control learning and free learning is performed. The results prove that compared with free training, the learning of the computer-assisted curriculum teaching control system can better urge students to learn, and learning effects is better. The teaching control system is superior to traditional teaching system and in improving students' interest and motivating students' learning enthusiasm. Keywords: supervised learning, computer-aided course teaching control system.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Yujia, and I am the first author of the paper titled Evaluation Method for Water Network Connectivity based on Graph Theory. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to show you our current work. Here is the context of our work. It will be with 4 parts. We can see in this figure the distribution of river network in the city of Hangzhou become sparse in the recent decades. It is mainly because of the construction of urbanization. River network faces the problem of reducing both for the length and cross-section area. As water connectivity has the normal functions of flood prevention, water resources regulation, and improvement of water eco-environment, it is an important job to evaluate the river network connectivity and try to improve it. According to the previous study, water connectivity consists of structured connectivity and functional connectivity, as well as natural connectivity and artificial connectivity. To evaluate the connectivity of river network, several quantitative assessment methods are put forward to solve the problem. Here we list 3 methods: graph theory method, hydrology and hydraulic method, and landscape ecology method. For the vertex connectivity and edge connectivity, by graph theory, it can only describe the relationship between nodes and edges. Landscape ecology method focus on the structure and patterns of the river systems by major indexes. So these two methods tend to consider structural connectivity. To evaluate the functional connectivity, age weights need to be considered. Here, hierarchical methods tend to calculate functional connectivity by reinforcing of process model with the real detailed data, while hierarchical method describes water flow in normal daily conditions. As we know, the graph theory is a very useful mathematical tool to help us to study the water network. Here, I will give a brief introduction to the graph theory. In our study, rivers and purples are represented by ages. Pipes, intersections, reservoirs, and consumers are represented by nodes. Age width describes the flow capacity. Why do we use flow capacity as age width? Because it can describe the flood prevention capacity with the maximum ability. Now, how to define the flood capacity? In the condition of the flight land, roughness can be ignored. The degree of patency within a river channel can be instead by increased river cross-section area. In other words, flow capacity before and after changing is described by river cross-section area. Now we have nodes, ages, and age weights. We give the flow capacity between any two nodes by network flow with BK method. In this thread, we give a simple water network containing 5 nodes and 6 edges to calculate maximum flow capacity from node 1 to node 5. There are 3 pathways from node 1 to node 5. The yellow one, the green one, and the purple one. In the pathway of this yellow one, it can contain 3 volumes. For this green one, it can carry 2 volumes. For this purple one, it can carry 2 volumes. However, the edges from node 1 to node 2 and the edges from 3 to 5, different pathways showed its capacity. So, as a total, these 3 pathways can only carry 5 volumes from node 1 to node 5. This is the detail of our project with the water network connectivity method above. Here are 4 usage scenarios. 1. Comparison of water system connectivity in different regions. 2. Comparison of water system connectivity in the same area at different periods. Third one, comparison of water system connectivity before and after engineering measures. The third, comparison of water system connectivity in different plane schedules. We choose the third one as a study case to introduce. In the past 5 years, the implementation of Zhang is a government task and plan in Hangzhou, which helped to improve the connectivity of river network for one of the purposes. Here we get the river network data and Zhang data of Xiachen district in Hangzhou. In this figure, it is a connected graph with 52 nodes and 71 edges. And the red one, 18 edges have which ended. This table gives the data of the Zhang rivers and Zhang volumes and the way to get the increased cross areas. Here is the main result. This figure shows the rate of maximum flow after Zhang to maximum flow before Zhang to all the 1,326 node pairs. Benefit for Zhang: 765 node pairs is increased of the maximum flow, account for 58%. Among the increasing node pairs, there are 7 node pairs whose maximum flow increment reaches 69.04%. 42 node pairs equal or greater than 60%. Most of them contain the node 19 or 20. This is mainly due to the high node degree of 19 and the mass changing of these two nodes. Average flow capacity ended for each node is calculated by average maximum flow ended for the point to all others. According to statistics, with all the 52 nodes, there are 10 nodes with an increment of average flow capacity more than 10%, 27 nodes with an increment of 5% to 10%, 12 nodes with an increment of 0 to 5%, only 4 nodes was unchanged. In this figure, it is obvious to see there are two regions with a high increment. One is Henghegang, which has the highest river cross-section area ended by Zhang, especially node 19 and 20, which are surrounded by Zhang River linkers, have the maximum increment. Another one is node 44. Although the average flow capacity of node 44 before Zhang is very worse, but all of the 3 connected linkers are Zhang, with cross-section area ended by 88%, which led to this high increment. Above all, with the Zhang data of the study region, the connectivity of water network is computed to ended by 7.89%. For our work above, we have this conclusion. 1. This paper presents a method by using river cross-section area as age weight to calculate average flow capacity of nodes and water network connectivity, which may be helpful to find a better changing scheme. 2. The concept of network flow is applied to the water flow, namely maximum flow, which is used as river flow capacity between two nodes, with the principle of the maximum flow of the path between two nodes is limited by the minimum flow capacity of the middle linkers in path, and the flow of each link does not exceed its own capacity. Also, there are a lot of future work we do. It will be a continuous job to research on sensitivity, redundancy, and robustness of edges in the water network, and simultaneously consider hydraulic engineering as an essential factor to evaluate flow capacity and connectivity in the further study. That's all. Thank you. Our work is based on this literature.